to maintain social distancing for the safety of our community. The open meeting law permits a public body to hold a remote meeting through technological means and implement procedures designed to safeguard the public's access to the meeting. We are streaming this meeting live on the district's YouTube channel. I call the meeting to order. The time is now 7:00 p.m. Let the record show that we have all 5 board members present. And may I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So move.
Can I motion to remove item G9 from consent?
I believe I need a second first on...
I second the adoption of the agenda.
No, but I need a second on Member Hodges unless Member Hodge withdraws her motion.
Okay, I can withdraw my motion. My motion, sorry.
Thanks, Member Hodge. Member James, what was your motion?
Just to table G9 from consent.
G9, okay. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. All right. Yes. Can now I have a motion to adopt the agenda with the modification?
So move.
Thank you, Member Hodge. May I have a second?
I second,
Second.
Mr. President.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0, and that agenda is adopted with that modification. Next is executive session, call for executive session. Board members, any call for executive session? Hearing none, seeing none? All right, we will continue on. We will have our presentation of the colors from GROTC Cadets Bergen Keys Commander Kaylee Chews, Cassandra Watkins, Marilyn Parker, under the command of Major Robert Four, will present the colors, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Dr. Wilson, and then the line acknowledgement by Vice President Barraza. Now may we all please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
Thank you.
Order. Colors. Right. Face. Forward. March.
Thank you. Everyone may be seated.
The Tempe Union High School District acknowledges that our community of schools is located on ancestral lands of the Atmel Ohodum and the Peepash indigenous peoples who have inhabited these lands since time immemorial. With this land acknowledgement, the district formally recognizes that the traditional care and keeping of these lands by indigenous peoples allows us to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President Barraza. Next, we have a report from Superintendent, Dr. Mendeville.
Thank you, President Garcia and Vice President Barraza and members of the board. viewing public, executive team members, and those in the audience this evening present. So I appreciate everyone being here. A couple of 4 things that we're going to celebrate today. You've heard of Ahwatukee and the Tukey Bowl. Well, it's scheduled to be played at Desert Vista on November 12th. And each year, during the 2 weeks leading up to the game, Mountain Point and Desert Vista will be holding a food drive competition. Mountain Point Academic Interventionist B. Williams. B, where are you? I know you're around here somewhere. And head nurse Sarah Portal, along with Desert Vista staff, are encouraging the entire Ahwatukee community to participate. I'm going to invite B and Sarah to say a few remarks about this wonderful food drive competition between these 2 rivals, but 2 sisters. Ms. Williams.
Our pantry has distributed over 100 food boxes to families in need. With the help of student community outreach organizations who will speak here in a minute, and the Larry Thomas Youth Development Foundation, MP and DV students are working together to help as many families as possible. I'm going to turn it over to these wonderful ladies.
I'm Abby Gertis. I serve as the Director of Communications and Community Outreach.
I'm Carla Herder. I'm the chairman of the board for Student Community Outreach.
I'm Lynn Gertis, and I'm on the board.
So Student Community Outreach, our mission is to create a better tomorrow for students, youth at risk, and families in and around our community.
So obviously we jumped at the opportunity when Ms. Williams presented her idea of having a competition between the 2 schools. And I know that in each of us, everybody has at least a little bit of competitive spirit. And this is also, as Beatrice mentioned, a phenomenal way to bring unity in our community and help serve those in need in the Ahwatukee and surrounding area. Thank you.
So one of the things that you need to know is that they started through DV. We actually someone emailed last year, was reaching out to Brian Bannock. He sent it to me. And I was like, let me get a hold of them. And to come to find out, this was actually a foundation that was started at DV by DV students and to serve Ahwatukee. So I was blessed and thankful that I took the time to reach out to them, and they've helped our athletes with these mini food boxes, and they have just been phenomenal. And again, once they reached out, we just thought of ideas how we can better serve our community as a whole. So our long-term goal would be to have all 6 schools compete. This is a long-term goal. We're talking about 2 or 3 years down the line, hopefully, to get everyone on board. And we do it for the whole month of November, and we serve all of Tempe Union High School district families. So, but we are starting with the Tukey Bowl this year. Okay.
Awesome.
Yep. So that's where we are.
Sarah, do you have anything you want to contribute? Because I know you have a lot to contribute.
I always do. We are working with the student councils at both schools to really drive this and make it more of a student-driven initiative. We want our kids involved with the understanding that the actions that they're taking now are going to help our families and our community, because we are a big, huge family down there. And the way that we can help them is by raising these food items and getting together collectively to help them during the holidays. So we're excited.
Thank you, all of you, and all the efforts from our students and from both schools. And yes, you're rivals, but there's a kinship there, sister schools that I know exists strongly. So thank you again for all that you do for our students and for our families. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, the Seal of Biliteracy. I was extraordinarily excited to hear about this. The Seal of Biliteracy is an award given by a school district or county office of education in recognition of students who have studied and attained proficiency in 2 or more languages by high school graduation. The Seal of Biliteracy takes the form of a seal that appears on our transcripts or diploma of the graduating senior and is a statement of accomplishment for future employers and for college admissions. This is huge. In 2021, Tempe Union had the most students earn the seal of biliteracy in Arizona. 199 students applied and 162 earned the seal, 140 in Spanish and 22 in French. Mountain Point senior Sadie Goldman is one of these students. Sadie, will you come forward? And I'm going to ask Mary Catherine Boatwright, too, one of my favorite teachers, to come forward as well. We appreciate World Language Department leaders Dina Eloy from Tempe, Laura Zinke from McClintock, Mick Woodjowitz from Marcos, Ben Maxfield Corona, Laura Boss from Mountain Point, and Erica Encinas from Desert Vista for the work in helping our students achieve this milestone. So who's going to come forward and share a little bit more of how all this has evolved?
Thank you so much. Good evening, President Garcia, Vice President Barraza, Superintendent Mendeville, members of the board and the executive team. My name is Maggie Fountain. I am the content specialist for social studies and world languages, and I have the privilege of overseeing the Seal of Biliteracy here in our district. As Dr. Mendeville mentioned, we were the district with the highest number of seals awarded last year, which is a huge accomplishment. 162 students were able to demonstrate biliteracy. That is more than just bilingualism. That is the ability to read, write, speak, and listen at a high proficiency level in 2 or more languages. So we were very pleased to see 140 of our students earn that in Spanish and 22 in French. The students used their AZ Merit scores and their English GPA to demonstrate their English proficiency. And in the second language, they can use a state-approved assessment. The majority of our students used either the ACTFL assessment of performance toward proficiency in languages. It's a mouthful, which we know as the APPLE. And as a gracious thank you to the board who has agreed and the executive team, that is paid for our students to take that test. Or students will use the AP or the IB exams that they use their senior year. So we're able to get a lot of our students to even earn their proficiency as juniors to carry that ready for their senior year to apply to their colleges. And one of those such students is Sadie Goldman, who is here from Mountain Point to talk about her experience earning the seal last year that she'll be able to use forth in her future. So Sadie.
Good evening, Dr. Mendeville and members of the board. Like Ms. Fountain said, my name is Sadie Goldman. I'm a Mountain Point senior this year, and thank you so much for honoring me on behalf of the Seal of Biliteracy. It's truly an honor. My Spanish journey began in 2016, my 7th grade year. To know that I once only knew numbers 1 through 10 and a few colors of the rainbow is truly astounding. Last year, I was a junior in a senior level class. We rarely had conversations in English, so as a non-native speaker, I was hesitant and quite nervous. However, I saw my progression throughout the year, and I veered away from the urge to want to use wordreference.com. I could not have been more prepared for the exam. Between the extra time with Maestra Boatwright that she set aside for one-on-one practice to the in-class conversation and work with my classmates, I felt prepared and motivated to take the test. The exam was 5.5 hours long. Gracias por su tiempo. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Sadie, do you have parents here? Or your family's here? Welcome, family. You are proud, and we are prouder. Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Next, I just want everyone to look around the hallways, and even in this boardroom, there's some beautiful artwork pieces, ceramic pieces, from pencil art to just a variety of types of art in our boardroom and in the district office in these hallways, all done by our students and led by our wonderful art teachers. So I want to give kudos to all 6 of our high schools in lending their art and adding beauty and serenity to these rooms. So when you're not here at a board meeting or you're visiting, just please take a look, because it's a testament to what our teachers are able to extract from our very, very naturally, organically talented students in the art area. And so thank you, all of our students who contributed to this. They will be up for viewing and for people to enjoy for at least 30 days, I think, and at least a couple months. Well, we hope it's all year. But anyway, thank you very much. And lastly, I want to acknowledge our National Merit semifinalists. Congratulations to our 2022 group. This year, 19 Tempe Union students from Corona del Sol, Desert Vista, McClintock, and Mountain Point High Schools are in the running for the National Merit Scholarship Program. Students are selected for this program based on their PSAT scores, which are among the top in the state of Arizona. These academically talented high school seniors have an opportunity to continue in the competition for some 7,500 National Merit Scholarships worth more than $32 million that will be offered next spring. To be considered for the National Merit Scholarship, semifinalists must complete an application. Winners will be chosen from the finalist group based on their abilities, skills, and academic accomplishments. I'm going to just read those students' names, the National Merit semifinalists from each of our schools. Corona del Sol, so we have this on record because it's extremely notable. Ian Berkram, Miranda Horowitz, Benjamin Kim, Milana Strong, Leo Wilson, Davy Zhao. Desert Vista High School, Allison Boer, Leah Green, Patrick Jang, Stephanie Liu, Kana Matsuda, Michael Meng, Stephanie Yoon, John Zhang. From McClintock, Denise Dengi, Meredith Lornelly, Mia Lupica, Ellie Werner, and from Mountain Point High School, Ethan Simmons. Sometime next month, we will be honoring them in a special celebration outdoors at one of our schools like we've done in the past. Last year we were unable to do that because of the pandemic restrictions, but I think we will be safe and appropriate in an outdoor settings to honor these bright students along with their families and friends. That is the conclusion of my report.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Medville. Next we have a presentation on the data dashboard. Dr. Medville.
Thank you, President Garcia and Vice President Barraza, members of the board, and our viewing and listening audience. I am thrilled with this next piece, and I'm going to invite Dr. Alexic and anybody else to join her from Teaching and Learning, but I think she's got it made there. Let me give you a little background with the data dashboard. This has been a labor of love for the last 3 years, and I think it has come to fruition. What we are able to gain from having all our student data in a variety of forms and for purposes, not just academic assessments, but surveys and attendance and just a whole sort of data that our teachers and our administrators can use to respond to once the data is current and we're making recommendations for change, whether it's instruction, whether it's behavior, whether it's programming. We have it all in one spot now. We're still revising here and there. This is never a perfect product outcome, but it's one that you're always adding data to. And so we have worked over the past year in having the data inputted into, I'm using the wrong words probably, but a series of 5 years, I believe we went back into getting the data into the data dashboard. And before I ruin this further, I want to ask Dr. Alexic to expand on that because there's just so much good and value that we're already seeing with use by our teachers and our department leaders and certainly by our site administration. Dr. Alexic?
Well, thank you, and good evening, President Garcia, members of the board, Dr. Mendeville. Thank you for allowing me to present the Decision at Data Dashboard. What you're seeing right now is the beginning of a dashboard, and I'm going to kind of walk you through the 5 different windows that we currently have, but this is an evolving process, and as we use the tool more, we'll come up with additional visualizations and additional data that we might want to present in this way. So the data dashboard is updated nightly, so it pulls information from our student information system, and so it kind of regenerates every night so that it has the most accurate enrollment information and the most recent grades that are captured in our student information system. Our goal is we've really focused heavily on the student information system data for the past 5 years. Once kind of all of that is set, which we're at that point right now, then we're going to move into adding additional data from our assessment system, and then potentially data from our HR and our business services as well. So this has a lot of potential to house a lot of information. So what you're seeing right now, at the top, this is the district level dashboard, and we have one that looks exactly the same for the school level. So at a school level, when a site logs in, they just see data for their school. At the district level, you'll see school names right here, but the look of it looks exactly the same, and the data points that are in those dashboards are the same. So if you look at this enrollment tab, it lists the total enrollment across our schools. It lists some information about the absence percentages, the number of students in school suspension, the number of students in out-of-school suspension. If you right-click on any of these boxes, there's a little drill down option so that if you wanted to see who those 37 students are, you can drill down and look at individual student names. And then each individual student name is a link in itself that you can click on and then gather a lot of information about that student related to not only discipline, but grades and attendance. We have enrollment by grade level. All of these are clickable, so if I clicked on 9th grade, then the dashboard repopulates and you'll see how the numbers change to represent only 9th grade enrollment right now, and absence percentages just for 9th grade. If I wanted to look at 9th grade Hispanic students, if you click on that, the dashboard repopulates again and it shows you that information for that particular group. So you can really, if you wanted to look at 2 ethnicities at the same time, you can select those as well. There's this undo button, my favorite button, so that if you make a mistake, you can undo it. There's also a reset button right here. If you've kind of selected a lot of information and you just kind of want to go back and reset everything to the beginning, it allows you to do that. And so it repopulates back to, all the information that presented at once. So another factor that we listed here is this risk level. So that's a calculation that we worked with Decision Ed to come up with, and it looks at a lot of information on students. It really tracks students across a 2-year period, and so it looks at attendance, discipline, grades in core classes, grades in non-core classes, and it assigns students points. So the more points a student accumulates, they fall into a different category. So the risk categories are warning, attention needed, and then good. So you'll see that if we hover over the attention needed, we have 686 students across the district that fall into that category. So if I click on just that box, the dashboard repopulates, and you'll see that absence rate increased significantly, because absence and being out of school is one of the risk factors that we have identified in that calculation. And then you can see kind of where those students fall in terms of grade levels. You'll see that 9th grade has very few students in this risk level. That's really associated with the fact that this risk level analysis looks at 2 years of data, and we don't have a lot of data on our 9th graders. So for 9th graders, when we work with schools, we talk about the importance of looking at, not really focusing on the risk level factor, because a lot of them will be under the good category because we don't have 2 years of attendance or discipline or grades on them, but to really focus on the current year. But as students kind of progress in grades, as we gather more data, it becomes a really good measure. And then if we click on the warning list. It's such a low bar that it's hard to click on it. There's 65 students that fall into that category, and you'll see that that percent absence significantly jumps, and a lot of them fall into the 11th and 12th grade. So that's that first enrollment tab. The attendance tab has some of the same information, but breaks down that attendance by gender so that we could see, what the breakdown by attendance percentages across different genders is. So if I wanted to look at, like, for example, the Hispanic population, then you'll see if I hover over any one of these bars, it gives me a count of how many males versus females. So you'll see that there's more males in that attendance greater than 12%. It also breaks the attendance down by grade level. And so if we kind of go through different ethnicities, we can see that it's for certain subgroups, different grade levels are the ones that have higher rates of absences. And we can kind of look at that same data by special education. The third tab is discipline. So it looks at year-to-date top 10 infractions and year-to-date top 5 responses. All of these are drillable, so if I drilled down, I could see the list of those students that fall into that category of vaping. You can run all that data, again, by ethnicity, by special education, by grade level. If we wanted to look at, just 9th graders infractions, it gives you that listing of students right there. The academics tab, favorite chart, because it gives you a really quick picture of where most of the failure rates are in the core areas. So the bigger the box and the darker the box, the greater number of failing grades in that area. So if you look at overall our data, you can see that math 11th grade the box looks pretty big and dark. If I click onto that and want to drill down, it will tell you the class where most of those failures are. And because most of our juniors are in Algebra 2, that is where most of those failures are. If I wanted to drill down further, it would give me a student list of who those students are. So it really gives you a good way to visually see where you might want to investigate a little bit more and pull more data on, because you can run this by different ethnicities, and you'll see that the chart changes depending on which ethnicity we're looking at. So, white students look pretty similar to all students, but when I was looking at African American students, you'll see that 9th grade math is actually an area where they struggle more. So that would be a data point that we could then further look into. We also have an ACT tab that then allows us to look at our standardized assessment. It breaks data by, students that are below benchmark and above benchmark. If you click on any one of these, it will look at that grouping of students and then show you how they performed on each of the subtests of the test. We can do that by special education, by ethnicity, by EL status as well.
Dr. Lexick, in the academic column, when you clicked on that, that's specifically for our district's common assessments, correct? Or
this is grades. This is student grades, so it's the percentage of Fs in classes.
Oh, okay, and you haven't done the one for our common assessments yet? That's going to be downloaded at a later time?
That we're working on getting that, because that data is currently housed in School City and not Synergy. That is what we're working on.
Got it, thank you.
So it will be in there as well. It isn't currently. The last tab is called Top Reports link. So when we looked at, one of the reasons I think we really liked Decision Ed is because it has this report center that if you click on that, it has over 600 different reports that have been produced through working with other districts of like the most common types of data that districts look at. So what we've done is then gone through all of those reports and picked about 15 reports that we thought were really important and that, administrators are likely going to to use. And so we added those links in here. Most of this data is broken down to the school and student level, so I'm not going to pull it up for you. One that is probably not student-specific is this year-to-date attendance by special populations. I think it gives us a really quick, easy view of attendance data by ethnicity. So you'll see the one in green indicates high levels of attendance, and then, you know, the ethnicities, American, Indian, and two or more ethnicities, special education, or some areas that you see there in red. And so then it breaks that data also by school. So it gives us a really quick view of the attendance, and you can run this daily because it does populate daily. Another report that we created is this academic interventionist student list that is tied to that early warning list that you saw on the dashboard. So if you run this report, this is a report, but it includes a lot of information about not only the risk level that the student is, but it includes the number of Fs, the number of Ds that it has. It looks at attendance and absence rate. It looks at discipline as well. We have also, I'm not going to run it, but I'm going to show you one of the options that you have. So through working with academic interventionists, the absence rate that was produced included all absences. So if a student was home with COVID, the student was counted as absent. So our numbers were very high. So one of the questions they had was, well, can we select, you know, for what absence type or the reason a student is absent. So if I didn't want to look at absence due to COVID, but just absence and unexcused absences, could I run that? So we added this feature in the report that you could select the absence reason. So you could look at overall absence that includes everything, but you can also select the particular absences you want to run your report. So that's my really quick overview of everything that is available on this dashboard right now. Are there any questions or anything you want to?
Awesome. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We're really excited. And we know Dr. Mandeville and you and the rest of the staff have been working really hard to get this up and running and really help guide us as we continue to dig in deeper into data. Board members, any questions, comments? Vice President Barraza.
Thank you, Dr. Alexik, for that presentation and for all the hard work. This is a years-long project that has been in the works. Prior to being on the board myself, this was something that I thought would be very necessary. So when I came onto the board to find out that it was being worked on to create a data center to look at, you know, all of our information objectively and be able to do it in a way that can be absent bias and actually in a way allow us to understand if we do have biases as well. But I think the benefit of it ultimately is just the legacy of the data that we don't know what it'll be used for, but we do know it'll be used to grow our school district, and this is great. So please thank everyone that's a part of this. It's such a great project.
Thank you.
The one thing I just, well, there's a couple of questions, just basic ones, but in terms of the risk levels, in terms of designating those risk levels, do we consider IEPs or can we consider IEPs as part of that risk factor? I know that there are students with IEPs that, in the terms of the disciplinary aspect, that, you know, I think it's worth looking into and understanding that variable in terms of other incidences, especially discipline. So is that part of a risk level calculation?
It is part of that calculation. So EL status, English language learner status, and special education status is part of the calculation for early warnings.
I appreciate that, thank you. And is there any room to discuss how this can be maybe presented on the site level basis as maybe a report? To a weekly report or monthly report, in a sense, like, you know, coming from my background, it was always beneficial to have that data weekly. And when I mean background, when I was in Wildland Fire, it was all about having that consistent report. Do you think that would be beneficial, or do you think that it might be more beneficial to have individual sites maybe create some way to, I think ultimately having the constant awareness weekly, I think is something that maybe can help us move forward when we're talking about education plans and discipline and so forth. Is there room for that?
So this academic interventionist list includes that early warning list, and that could be run daily because it does update every night. And so academic interventionists and then site-level administration have access to this and can run it. And you could put it in Excel or a PDF and print it and share it any way you see fit.
Okay, that's wonderful. That was essentially my question, is if this can be utilized at the site level to be able to continually inform, you know, teachers, staff members, support staff, you know, and be able to do it in a mindset that always has that data kind of at the forefront, whether it be disciplinary or whether it be how many students were bridging that gap in terms of their education.
Vice President Barraza, can I add to that?
Absolutely.
I know, because you're exactly correct in the rationale behind the development of this was not for us necessarily. Yeah, we have to have that, you know, 30,000 foot level view in monitoring the schools, but this is for our PLC teams, our teachers, our department leaders, the academic interventionists, the dropout prevention folks, the dean of students, the all those, the social, our Care 7 folks. I mean, everybody's going to have access to the information so that they can not spend as much time on gathering data and information, so that we're paying attention to how we're going to respond to what the data is telling us in a much quicker and more efficient way. But you're absolutely correct, and that was a whole sole purpose, is to get this in front of our teachers so they're not spending unnecessary time in a variety of places to get that data. The expectation is too that as we roll this out to the teachers and they understand that they're not afraid of the variety and multitude of good data that's available right at their fingertips, and then use this opportunity to develop goals and what is the data telling us, and then again, how are we going to respond to the data in terms of improving student outcomes at all levels. So you're absolutely correct.
That's wonderful. That was ultimately my question was, we have the data now, so how do we, you know, like utilize it in a way so it's not just sitting there and we can pull it, but I'd like it to be an active aspect of how we move forward. And, you know, to me, it just changes the mindset of education and makes us more of a research-oriented, more focused educational institution that's focused on data, being data-driven.
Absolutely.
So I greatly love this. I really appreciate the district and the hard work to establish this. And yes, that was a big point, is it takes so much time, so much money to gather data that we already essentially have. So being able to put it under this platform and utilize it in various ways, I think is just, it's not only a great idea educationally, but it's incredible in terms of us saving money from asking specialists.
Labor of love.
Thank you. The only other question I have, and that's probably for Dr. Mendenville, if we can have access to the dashboard ourselves as board members, so that way we can kind of get more familiar with it, and it'll make, I think, our conversations district-wise, you know, and our issues a little more concise.
Let me look into that to see. I don't want to overwhelm you, but yeah, let me look into that and see what aspects of the data, so that you can understand what our teachers are, well, not just our teachers, but all our folks are facing. So.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you again, Dr. Alexic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice President Barraza. Member James.
Thank you so much. This is fantastic. Just wondering, are the teachers accessing it through Synergy, I assume? So they have their classes and their access to their students, or what is the scope that they get to see?
So right now, we actually have rolled this first year while we're in development. It has been rolled out to administrators only, and academic interventionists and dropout coordinators. So teachers don't have access to this dashboard at this point. That's our phase 2 of the rollout, is then to develop the teacher level dashboard. So we wanted to kind of understand at a district level what we would look at. So to your prior question, academic interventionists were really critical in developing this early warning list and identifying the cut scores for each of the areas. And as they use this data more, I think we will evolve and develop that to better fit our needs. And so then next year, the rollout for teachers is what's on our agenda.
Thank you, Member James. Board members, any other questions or comments? Member Hodge?
All I want to say is thank you. It was a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Okay.
Did you call? Anyways.
No.
Yeah, I just want to echo what everyone said. Thank you for hard work on this. I think, it really allows us, for the work that we are doing moving forward, when we're talking about social emotional, when we're talking about discipline practices, whatever that conversation might be, I think really having to be able to delve into the data and to disaggregate it and to really delve into the root causes of the issues that we're delving into. And so I know even that the first week of being on this board, this was one of the first things Dr. Vanderbilt mentioned to me was the data dashboard, and so I've heard a lot about it. So I'm super excited to see it in action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Montour, and I apologize. Your light didn't come on, so that's why I was a little confused. And just I have one question. Are there, and obviously this could be to you or Dr. Vanderbilt, but are there any discussions around having kind of more of the continuity from our sister elementary schools? So once they arrive, we can have that more comprehensive data of what their performances look like. So by the time they get here for freshman year, we have a better situated understanding.
Absolutely. And right now, we're actually looking at how do we better transfer 8th grade information. So we have a data sharing agreement with both of our feeder districts, but we currently get that data in a lot of separate Excel files. So our goal is to be able to just transfer it into the dashboard and to kind of link all that information. So that's one of the things that we're working on.
Is it my understanding that Kyrene uses this EduPoint or no?
I don't think Kyrene uses DecisionNet. I don't think either one of our feeders do, but I think we can work with them to gather data in a certain way and then be able to push it into the system.
But having this mechanism through DecisionNet allows us to extract that information in a much easier format, correct? Because that was one of the reasons, the selling points of this program.
Exactly. It allows us to combine a lot of different separate files into a visualization that looks like this. That's really easy to use.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I know Dr. Mendenville has been very, very excited about it. All right. Well, that concludes our other presentation on the data dashboard. Thank you, Dr. Alexic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alexic.
All right. Next, we have public comment. And this is for public comment, not for agendized item. Dr. Mendenville?
Correct. This is time for public to comment, but members of the board may not discuss items that are not on the agenda. Therefore, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter. I'm reading this for a reason, or scheduling the matter for further consideration at a decision at a later date. Public comment concerning a specific agenda item will be heard at the time that item is addressed by the governing board. Each member of the public will be allowed up to, in this instance, and I don't think we have any general public comment until that particular item is addressed, but will be allowed generally 3 minutes, but in this instance, 1 minute when we get to that item. A presentation form should be completed and given to the board's executive assistant by 7:15 p.m., which we have complied. Documentation or literature a member of the public wishes to give to the board members must accompany the presentation form. The district is unable to photocopy documents to give to the governing board, but they will get them. Individuals will be allowed into the governing board room one at a time to deliver their comments. Mr. McDonald will be assisting with that along with Mr. Cobbs. Masks are required when making a public comment. And we have no public comment on this on F for public comment.
Okay, thank you. And then just for clarity, policy BEDH says for 31 plus speakers, it is 1 minute. All right, next we will move on to consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve items G1 through G8 and G10 through G17?
So moved.
Thank you so much. May I have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have board policies, starting with H1, policy BIB, governing board member development opportunities, first reading and adoption. Dr. Mendeville?
Thank you, President Garcia, Vice President Barraza, members of the board, executive team. We bring forward this change to this policy as a result of legislative action, as we do for a variety of board policies. Arizona School Boards Association policy review, or policy review conducted by the executive team. Legal counsel has reviewed this. This particular language, statutory language, prohibits the presentation or use of material that places blame or judgment on the basis of race, ethnicity, or sex. This has been added by the ASBA, Arizona School Boards Association, to Governing Board Policy BIB, Governing Board Member Development Opportunities. As stated in Policy BGB, policy adoption policies may be adopted or amended at a single meeting of the governing board when the proposed policy or amendment is consistent with statutes and other policies, and board members are unanimously in favor of adoption. And we are recommending a first reading and adoption.
All right, thank you, Dr. Mendeville. Board members, comments, questions, discussion on this item? Hearing none and seeing none. All right, may I have a motion to approve policy BIB?
So moved.
Thank you so much. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have policy GCH, professional classified staff, orientation and training. Dr. Mendeville.
President Garcia, Vice President Barraza, members of the board, executive team. This coincides with policy BIB in that the statutory language prohibits the presentation or use of material that places blame or judgment on the basis of race, ethnicity, or sex. This has been added by the Arizona School Boards Association to this policy, Governing Board Policy GCH, professional classified staff orientation and training. ASBA has made other revisions. I think, let me open this up on mine since we can't. Yeah, and this basically, again, says that we cannot require an employee to engage in and shall not use, this is the key piece, use public monies for training, orientation, or therapy that presents any form of blame, judgment on the basis of race, ethnicity, or sex.
Thank you, Dr. Mendeville. Board members, any thoughts, questions, or comments on this item? All right, hearing none, seeing none, may I have a motion for this item, please?
So move.
Thank you, Member Hodge. For clarity, a move to approve, correct?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a second?
I second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have policy GCO, evaluation of professional staff members. Dr. Mendeville.
Thank you, President Garcia, Vice President Barraza, members of the board, executive team. This is GCO, evaluation of professional staff members. And at the last board meeting, there were changes that were recommended by the board, particularly at the request of Mr. Montero and Mrs. James when we were doing the second reading on September 15th. When we go back to this, I want to make sure that we have this right. I know there was some questions. Hang on, let me get back onto the draft on my sheet. There were questions if we look at certain elements, and I think that's one of the key pieces, and Dr. Keller, I know that you had conversation with board member James, because just so that we had clarification, and we talked about that in public that day, just so we were clear. And what I like about this piece is that there's on that line heading of certain elements in an effective evaluation process shall be emphasized. It seemed to make more sense if we to punch out your point, I believe, that the input from sources such as annual surveys, and the annual was the key there, of staff, students, parents, or community shall be used to inform the evaluation process. And I'm happy that we do not take a punitive approach when we look at surveys. Surveys in any fashion should be used to, especially with an evaluation of an individual, should be used for growth and for opportunities to improve, in whatever the areas that may be needed. And then the second part was in the third page where it's yellow. The alternative, under the heading of the district may use an alternative performance evaluation cycle subject to the following. The alternative performance review policies shall classify teacher performance in categories that may include classroom learning environment, which is critical, so I'm glad that's one of the first ones. Quality of instruction, that's number 2, that's excellent. Academic achievement, and then we added also the student social emotional wellness, because that is a big initiative and priority for our district, and that leadership, including teamwork and support for lower performing teachers and or new teachers, and for their professional development. So I think that's satisfactory there. And then on the evaluation of principals, other administrators and psychologists, the district will seek advice from district administrators and psychologists, and the recommendation was to also include others. For example, coordinators of diversity and inclusion, and we now have a coordinator for social and emotional wellness in the development of this performance evaluation system. And then finally, under the evaluation of principals, we added, again, just so that we're consistent across the board, social and emotional well-being, climate and culture of school environment are areas that we're always mindful of. And making the appropriate cross-reference with JLDAA, student mental health and social emotional wellness. Having that reference just solidifies it.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Mendenville. Board members, any thoughts, comments, or questions on this item? Member James?
First, I want to thank Dr. Mendenville and Dr. Keller for all of your work on this policy. As an educator, I appreciate feedback from my students. It's kind of hilarious because they're elementary school, but it definitely gives you insight into what your students appreciate. And I think as educators, we should all be willing and excited to hear feedback. And as a staff member, I do think we should have input, and be able to have that feedback time to talk about the culture climate of our school. Our administrators set that tone. And I know we have incredible administrators in Tempe Union, and so I know that we will get some great feedback as to what we need to continue on our campuses, but also the feedback of things that our educators need from our admin. And so I look forward to this being an annual thing, that our principals will be able to have that communication. And I really, really appreciate especially the emphasis that this is never a punitive thing, that this is something for goal setting, for betterment of ourselves as educators, administrators. And I think that having a voice in the culture and climate of our school is really, really vital and empowering for staff. So I look forward to seeing the ramifications of this and how that plays out, and how maybe hopefully it can help improve communication between our teachers and our admin, and the stake that we all have in our schools. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Member James. And board members, any other thoughts, comments, or questions? No? All right. Now at this point, may I have a motion for this item, please?
So moved.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
And just for clarity purposes, this is motion to approve. Correct? Yes, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Thank you. Next, we have policy GDBA, classified staff salary. Dr. Mendeville?
This revision, thank you, President Garcia. This revision update to Governing Board Policy GDBA it's not a long night yet. Classified staff salary to include the current practice of utilizing internal equity as a factor in determining placement of new classified staff members on the classified salary schedule, and 2, clarifying step advancement. As a reminder, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Keller, this GDBA is one of the policies that was brought over from the original Tempe Union High School District policies 10 years ago, right? Okay, so this is not, it now will be adopted with ASBA after this, correct? Okay. So do you want to expound on some of the changes there? Because they're pretty standard.
Pretty much. I mean, there's two components to it. One is to clarify the advancement process, the salary advancement process. The other piece to it is to clarify what we now use as a result of our compensation study, and that is we look at internal equity as well in our formula when we place people who are coming into our district.
Thank you so much. Board members, any thoughts, comments, or questions on this item? No? All right. May I have a motion for this item, please?
Okay, I move to approve policy DBA.
Thank you so much, Member Hodge. May I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Member James, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have policy GDJ, classified staff assignments and transfers. Dr. Mendeville.
Thank you, President Garcia. GDJ is another policy that was transferred over to when we adopted ASBA's policy. This was one that was not. We kept the old Tempe Union, and so this is some of the cleanup there involving the internal equity, and also conveying that step advancement isn't guaranteed because we can't make commitments until we know where our budget lands as we develop the budget in the springtime. And so it's contingent upon budgetary constraints. But only employees employed in the previous school year are eligible for an improved step advancement, provided the individuals employed by the district for at least 50% of the previous work year. So those folks that come to us and start like in late August or early September, they need to have been here for a longer period of time because that does create equity issues as we move forward in the year.
All right, thank you, Dr. Mendeville. Board members, thoughts, questions, or comments on this item? No? All right, I move to approve this item. May I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have policy IHAMD, instruction and training in suicide prevention. Dr. Mendeville.
Thank you, President Garcia. IHAMD, instruction and training in suicide prevention. The language here is now requiring, and this is again out of statutory requirements that we have already been in compliance in terms of having student identification cards for each of our students on their ID. We've been doing that for a number of years, and so this is just adding that additional language to this particular policy where it applies.
All right, thank you, Dr. Mendeville. All right, Member Montero.
Thank you. Yeah, I first just want to give thanks to Senator Sean Bowie, who sponsored this legislation. He's been a big advocate for mental health down at the state legislature, and we appreciate his work. And I also want to thank Dr. Mendeville and the district because this is something we've already been doing. I remember doing it when I was a student. And so, we continue to be ahead of the curve when it comes to social emotional wellness and mental health. So thank you.
All right. Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this item? No? All right. Then may I have a motion for this item, please?
So moved.
Thank you so much for approval, and may I have a second?
Mr. President, I second approval.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have Business Services. Annual reports on Class B bonds, M&O override, and DAA override. Dr. Mendeville?
Mrs. Mumins is looking at me with very anxiously, so I'm going to just hand it over to her because this is her area. Mrs. Mumins.
Thank you, Dr. Muellmans, President Garcia, members of the board.
Mendeville.
Oh, Dr. Mendeville, I'm sorry.
I'll help you with your doctorate if you'd want.
I like Dr. Mumins, though.
I do too. I like how that sounds.
Crazy. It's been a long night already. The information in front of you is for to update the governing board and the public about how we have expended our voter-approved initiatives. The first report that is on this agenda item is in regards to our Class B bonds. The voters approved back in 2012 us to expend $75 million of bonds, and we completed the full expenditure of those dollars during our 2021 fiscal year. The second report shows our M&O override expenditures that were approved in November of 2017. This report identifies how we have expended the dollars during the last 3 years and how we plan to expend the dollars in this fiscal year. It is identified based on the functions that were identified in the voter pamphlet by instruction support, maintenance, and athletics. The third report is our district additional assistance override that was approved in 2015. We received voter approval to tax our taxpayers $6.5 million a year. We are in year 6, currently in year 6 of the 7-year approval, and the report shows how we've expended those dollars each year and then summarizes them based on the amount that we have received. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Mullins. Board members, any thoughts, comments, or questions? No? All right.
Can I ask one question?
Yes.
Just or remind everybody of the status of our bond rating.
Oh, yes.
That's something to be very, very proud of, Mrs. Millmans.
Yes, our bond rating is at the top bond rating that any district can receive. We're very proud of that. We are one of 6 that have received the top rating from Moody's, and we're proud of the financial status that our district has and the fact and how that impacts the bond rating and how that impacts our taxpayers as when we go for voter approval on our bonds.
And that's coming up soon. So
Yes,
no,
it
it's not
is.
agendized, but that's just okay. Thank you, Mrs. Mullins.
Thank you so much. All right, next we have Business Services 2020-2021 Annual Financial Report. Dr. Mendeville?
The ASBA bylaw change.
No.
Where are we? Wait.
The Annual Financial Report.
Oh, I'm sorry. I put that. The annual financial report. Mrs. Mullins?
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Mendeville, President Garcia, and members of the board. In front of you is our annual financial report for the fiscal year 2021. As you can tell, there are many reports attached to this agenda item. I want to thank Joseph Leon and his staff for the amount of work that they put in to complete the reports that are in front of you. Joseph has a presentation that he'll quickly go through in regards to how the dollars have been expended during the last fiscal year.
Thank you, Joseph, for joining us.
Thank you, Dr. Mineville. Board President Garcia, VP President Barazza, members of the board, members of the executive team, and the viewing public. Thanks for allowing me to present this annual financial report for Tempe Union. I also want to thank the team that put all this stuff together. This is definitely a team effort, as many people came together to compile this information. So the annual financial report is essentially a summary of expenditures and revenues for the school district. On our first page, you can see expenditures by fund category. Our greatest bucket of money is our maintenance and operations bucket, which is taking up 65% of expenditures. You can also see other expenditures from various other buckets of money. One that I'd like to point out is the school plant fund. There is a larger expenditure right there of approximately $10 million that came from a sale of land, and we've been using that money to improve our facilities. Next, we have our expenditures by program category. That also breaks up how we spend our money. Again, the lion's share of that money is spent on regular education. That is for our teachers that are in the classroom. Special education, which is the next biggest section of the pie, accounts for our special education teachers, our CTE teachers, and our gifted teachers. On the next slide, you will see the expenditures for the district from the M&O account specific to object category. This is essentially identifying what was being purchased, what was the commodity. So no shock there that 64% of the money that we spent in our M&O budget went to salaries and 21% went to benefits. So that is taking up 85% of our entire M&O expenditures. We also have monies there for purchase services, supplies, and a very small amount for other. Next, we have an M&O expenditures by function type. That is essentially what purpose is this serving? So again, the lion's share of the money that we are spending in our M&O budget goes towards instruction. So that is for face-to-face interaction with our students. This accounts for teachers and people in the classrooms only. The next group is we have instructional support. Those are people that assist our teachers. We have non-instructional administration that accounts for the people that work here in the district office, as well as people that work as an administrative level at our schools. Maintenance, I think everybody understands that, and our athletics as well. On the next slide, you will see the 2019-2020 spending by operational area provided by the Auditor General. So this just breaks up how much money is being spent by Tempe Union in various categories. We have taken their methodology that the Auditor General uses to extrapolate the information to predict what will be submitted this next year. So if you look at the next slide, you'll see that the information is very comparable to last year. So again, the majority of the money that we are spending is in fact in classroom spending, which is 69.6%. Our assessed valuation, both primary and secondary, which is the same, has increased by 5.95%. That's great for us. That's going to help us when we go out for overrides and bonds. And our property tax rates have actually shifted down for our local constituents, which is also very favorable for our community, both for primary and our secondary tax rate. Finally, I want to provide just a brief overview of the average teacher salary beginning in fiscal year 2017. So since fiscal year 2017, we have seen an increase of 26% for a teacher's salary in the last 5 years. That is amazing and shows the support that Tempe Union has for its instructional staff. So I'm very excited to be able to report this information and for the team that has supported me, including Ms. Muehlmans. I will entertain any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Board members, any thoughts, comments, or questions on this item? No? All right. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate you taking the time, and thank you for the detailed reports with respect to each individual subsection. So we really appreciate it. Thank you.
We need to approve it.
Okay.
AFR.
All right. At this time, I move approval of item I2. May I have a second?
Mr. President, I move to approve item I2.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. Next, we have new business, proposed ASBA bylaw change. Dr. Mendeville or Vice President Barraza, who would like to take this one?
I'll set you up if you want. I'm sorry? I'll set you up. Okay. The recommended action is that the governing board give direction to Vice President Barraza to vote in the manner the board has approved regarding ASBA's bylaw change recommendation, which you see below in Proposal A. Do you want to take it from there or add to that?
Would you like me to give the presentation itself? Is
No,
that what we're...
is it what I'm hearing, that the board is giving you authorization and approval to vote on their behalf in ASBA?
Yes, as far as in terms of the bylaw change, I just would like to know if there's any update on terms of clarity on terms of that before we move forward as a board on this.
Member Hodge?
Okay, what the clarity is that we're just trying to separate the Hispanic caucus and the Native American caucus has been together, and they have to alternate every other year for a president, and it's been far too long, and I think we need to, it's for them to each have their own place on the board of directors and have a seat at the table.
I see what you're referring to is updating on the clarification of what the bylaw refers to, right? And wonderful, thank you for informing the community. To add my own info on that, this is something that I know that Board Member Hodge, I know that President Garcia, as members of ASBA's board, and they've worked with the directors and executive directors regarding this issue. I think it's really about equitable representation. I think Board Member Hodge said it well at the last ASBA legal conference, that it doesn't matter if there's one person a part of the caucus or 30 people a part of the caucus. The information, the necessary instance to be able to advocate for Native American issues and Latino, Hispanic issues, they should have their own seat at the table. Currently, it's a merged caucus, and they rotate representatives. I believe Board Member Hodge, is it every year? Okay, so you know, it's just one of those things that I think it's very much necessary, and thank you, Board Member Hodge, for your advocacy, as well as you, Mr. President, for yours in terms of this for ASBA.
Thank you, Vice President Barraza. Board members, any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this item? No? All right. May I have a motion for this item, please?
So moved.
Removal for approval. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you so much. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right. Motion passes 5-0. Next, we have for new business resolution regarding addressing equitable discipline practices. And I understand we have public comment for this item. Dr. Meadow, how many public comment?
President Garcia, members of the board, I believe we have 30, over 40. So we are following our policy regarding if we have over 30, then we're limited to 1 minute, unfortunately. Are we prepared to call? Steve Adams.
President Garcia, members of the board, Dr. Mendeville, and executive team, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I wasn't thinking I was going first because I had my slip turned in a little later than everybody else, but thank you.
Your last name is the A.
A-D-A-M-S, yes. So you put it in alphabetical, okay. So I'll try to keep my comments brief since I'm only limited to a minute. I just wanted to say that this issue of SROs on campus has been a hot button issue for the last year and a half. I didn't expect this issue to come up. It kind of hit us out of the blue. And we put out a survey to all the teachers, asking them how they felt about this. And overwhelmingly, teachers feel that SROs need to be on campus. Well over 90% of all the surveys I've ever given to the certified staff, I've never had a return that large. And they, you know, they feel very strongly that they need to be included in the decision-making process on this issue, and they weren't done. So I'd like to see that happen, and I'd like you to table this motion tonight and not vote on it. Thank you.
Shelley Arredondo.
All right, I'm going to do a minute. Here we go. Good evening, and President Garcia.
Wait, hang on.
That was fast.
It's a touchy device.
Members of the board, my name's Shelley Arredondo, Athletic Director at Tempe High School. I've been in this district for over 22 years as an educator and an administrator. Standing with me tonight are the athletic directors from your campuses. As athletic directors, one of our responsibilities is the safety and security of campuses. We are here tonight to talk to you about your agenda item regarding SROs on our campuses. Our SRO are more than just the uniform that they wear. All of our SROs that you see on campus chose to be here for our community. They sought out this role to use their skills to better our schools every day. Our SRO work on campuses every day to be a part of the community. They go on home visits, they've sat and listened to our students, they build positive relationships and trust with their staff and students. They work side by side with your youth specialists, security staff, administration teams in proactively addressing concerns with the staff, students, and families. They collaborate with our mandatory lockdown fire drills and evacuation situations. They put us in touch with many valuable resources. SROs are not involved in campus discipline, however, they do participate in restorative practices, and I guess I'm done. So thanks.
Lauren Miller.
Thank you, Dr. Mendeville, President Garcia, and members of the board for allowing me to speak today. The purpose of the statement is to make a formal request on behalf of the assistant principals of activities and our greater school communities to have a permanent school resource officer on our campuses for the 2021-22 school year and beyond. As administrators, we strive to embrace and embody the core values and beliefs of the Tempe Union High School District, first and foremost that of putting students first. One of the best ways to effectively educate our students is by developing a positive personal relationship with them from all levels, including teachers, administrators, and other campus personnel. Having a regular, consistent SRO adds another opportunity for positive relationships to be built, in this case between students and local law enforcement. This relationship is of vital importance as our SRO not only assists in securing campus, but also provides educational opportunities in the classroom, works our campus events with the local community, and collaborates with admin to develop strategic plans to support our students. The work of a skilled SRO has an impact well beyond that of the school campus. Thank you.
Please be reassured that your information is going to be provided to the board. And I forgive me right now for if I mispronounce this name. So Mukhtar Shika.
My name is Mukhtar Sheikh. I'm a community advocate. I help refugee and immigrant, and I help a lot of families that live in Tempe. They go to Tempe high schools, and I'm a guest SRO. I came here maybe a year ago to speak an incident where a behavior where the school can help the child overcome a behavior. We turn that behavior to criminalize. We spend a lot of time at juvenile dealing with that. We spent a time at court, and after 2 months, kids were dismissed. Something that could be prevented at the school level, at the principal. Because SRO was there, that incident became a criminal. And we had to deal with the court to get the kids dismissed. Police officers in schools are not there to help children overcome behavior issues. They're not even there to stop fights. They are there to see criminal activities and deal with criminal activities. We need something better. We need something to prevent issues. Thank you.
Thank you. John Gillian.
John Gillian. Thank you.
GI.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is John Giltnan, and I am the Threat Mitigation Unit Sergeant for the City of Tempe Police Department. That means daily I work with my team to prevent targeted violence and mass casualty incidents, which is something that everybody in this room is ultimately concerned about. The front line of prevention for those incidents are our school resource officers. They are vital to protecting everybody's children in this room. And it is of the utmost importance that we keep this program in place and keep SROs in our schools. Thank you.
Charles Seiler.
Okay, no problem. Good evening. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Charles Seiler, and I'm a resident in this district, and Mountain Point is our high school. Everyone in my family is or has been a cop at some point, and I am vehemently opposed to SROs, new and continuing. Also, it's sad to hear so many professional educators be so wrong about the known impacts of SROs on students. And also, we've heard so much about what educators want, but we haven't centered anything on students. There's numerous studies that show the inefficacy of SROs to reduce or prevent violence, and they contribute to disorderly conduct in schools while making students feel less safe and less engaged and more threatened in their environments. They're also responsible for increases in harsh disciplinary actions that disproportionately impact marginalized communities, Black kids, LGBTQ youth, disabled kids, and others. SROs are also known to lead to higher rates of school disorder. So really, I think that it's critical that we don't just look at one survey where we don't even know the results or how the questions were asked. If the district wants to know, they need to do a systematic study and survey of students and the community. Thank you. Thank you.
Nick Taylor.
Can I just go right ahead? The resolution states that Black Tempe Union students are 3 times more likely than their white peers to be referred to law enforcement as reported to the United States Department of Education. This statement is misleading. There are 3 years of data available for student referrals for law enforcement, 2013, 15, and 17. In 2013, the reported data shows that Black students were underreported, not overrepresented. They were 10.2% of the population and only account for 8.5% of law enforcement referrals. In 2017, TUHSD Black population was 12% and referral to law enforcement was 13%, meaning they were not referred at a greater rate than their population. This data is coming from the same source being used by the board in the resolution. So why are they using the year 2015 selected to be represented instead of the most recent data collected? This seems to be like a big enough issue the board should pause for further research, but actually that is not the biggest problem. The fact that 2017 shows no racial disproportionality in referrals to law enforcement should be cause to celebrate, but unfortunately the fact is that both the 2015 and 17 numbers are wildly inaccurate. The resolution uses the phrase as reported to the U.S. Department of Education, but what does that mean if our schools are not reporting their data to the state? In 2015 and 17, Mountain Point.
Brian Gulliford.
Dr. Mendeville, President Garcia, Tempe Union Governing Board. In advance, thank you for your dedicated service to our staff, students, and community. Leadership in these unique times requires a unique resilience that is often overlooked. This statement has been crafted on behalf of all the principals in the Tempe Union High School District. Our purpose is to communicate strong advocacy and support for school resource officers to remain on our campuses. This role is key to maintaining a peaceful, educated, and safe campus community. Our school resource officers work in collaboration with specific classes to supplement the curriculum and educate our students about important issues such as search and seizure, traffic law, and free speech. Our SROs stand readily available to assist our campuses in the daily management and supervision of our students. Because they have built relationships in the classroom, they represent our asset to our campus culture and the maintenance of a safe, orderly campus environment. This said, we respectfully request these positions remain on our campus for consistency, continuity, and safety.
Joel Navarro.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Joel Navarro, resident of Tempe, also on the Tempe City Council. I appreciate you guys having the time to speak tonight. I know I have 1 minute, so I'm going to be quick. I'm part of the city's Human Safety and Community Safety Outreach Committee, and you're talking about the SRO officers tonight. We have not had a discussion about this. In fact, you can see me just coming right out of my bedroom, coming down here to talk on this. I would like you guys to pause, take a minute, please have a presentation, or please bring this to the council or to our committee to have a real intelligent conversation about the program, the moves, what it looks like. There's a lot of things that we need to discuss, and I think this is our time to try to have this discussion. I urge you to table this subject matter on the SRO's officers and to put a pause and at least have a conversation. I truly don't understand all the interworks of what's going on or what's being presented, but I would like to discuss. Thank you.
Michael Pooley.
Good evening, Governing Board. My name is Michael Pooley. I'm the Assistant Chief of Police for the Tempe Police Department. I currently oversee our school resource officers. Prior to being a police officer, I was a teacher for 2 years out on the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian Reservation. I understand what our educators need and what they don't need. I understand that our school resource officers are here to help our educators as well as to help our students. There is no doubt in my mind that if you meet our school resource officers here assigned to the Tempe Union High School District, you will know that these are not just any police officers. These are police officers that truly care about these students, that do everything they can to make sure that they are successful in life and they have a very safe, fun experience in your high schools. It is abundantly clear in every encounter we have that with parents, students, teachers, administrators, as well as our youth, that they enjoy our school resource officers. I'm here to advocate for that. If the decision is made not to, we will still be here to support every one of our students. Thank you.
April McHugh.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi, I'm April McHugh. I just wanted to, at the very least, get across that I do think that this room needs to recognize that policing as an institution is rooted in white supremacy and was established out of policing and patrolling black bodies who were enslaved. This is not a practice that we need in our schools or to manage our children. Research collected by the Southwest Interdisciplinary Research Center at ASU found that SROs played a variety of roles within schools, and most of them have actually had detrimental effects on social disturbances such as bullying, disorders, and excuse me, I'm sorry. It has actually increased bullying in schools and disrespect amongst children. Another study also showed that analysis of crime rates actually had no significant changes when SROs were in school. And I think that we can invest in preventative measures versus just managing crime. So thank you for your time.
Assistant Chief of Police Andre Anderson.
Good evening, and thank you, Dr. Mendenhall and President Garcia. You know, what I want to talk about is what may appear to be the obvious, is that I am the Assistant Chief for the Tempe Police Department. But in fact, what I am is a father. I'm a husband, and I also have children that have graduated from Tempe Union High School. And that is what many of our police officers exemplify or represent. They're caring people. Don't look at us as just police officers. We care about the young people. And that's why we're here. Because we want to make it very clear that we want to be part of the community. We want to be part of the schools. And we want to create a frequency of interaction with kids that not only allow for the kids and young people to learn more about the police, but quite frankly, it helps the police officers learn more about the young people. So we ask you and appeal to you to consider looking at us at more than just police officers, but as humans and people that care. Thank you.
Chief of Police Jeff Glover.
Thank you for having me. Jeff Glover, Chief of Police, City of Tempe. Thank you, Dr. Mendenhall, Governing Board. We're here because we want to be able to support the SROs. They are of vital importance to the school district and the safety of the students. The school SRO program has literally saved lives. They've saved many lives within the schools. The students, they're there with our school resource officers because our school resource officers are there building relationships with them. We talk about many times being able to have these connectivity to the general public, and we're wanting to show our humanity. Well, we do that a lot of times through our interactions with the youth. And in order to continue that and to be able to have that interaction, that frequency of interaction that's needed to be able to be supported of the youth and to be able to have that, we still need to be in those schools. Thank you.
Tom Riff.
Good evening. My name's Tom Riff. I'm a retired chief of police with the city of Tempe for nearly 10 years. Served as a police officer for 37 in Tempe. Also served as a school resource at Corona. In simple terms, please don't do this. We've got years and years and years of experience working with the great school districts, prior boards, superintendents, community members, faculty. And this is such a great program, school resource officers. There's a lot of information out there. I'd like to echo what Councilman Navarro said. Give us an opportunity as a community to be heard. There's a lot of information out there. 2013, President Obama had an executive order after school violence, and he wanted to ensure school safety, so he put money into the school systems, the money that you're currently utilizing to offset some of the monies and costs associated with school resource officers. It's a great program, folks. Great officers. We've had a great board. We've had great support from the community, school faculty. You've heard a lot of positive comments here tonight. Please don't do this. Give us an opportunity to be heard and discuss it even further with you. Thank you.
Danielle Pollitt.
Let me know when I got my minute. My name is Daniel Lopez. I'm a teacher here in Maricopa County. I'm a student at ASU, and I'm here to say that we do not need cops in schools. I'm a teacher. I understand the difficulties coming back this year. I understand that the kids are, frankly, they're behind, they're upset. COVID has devastated many of their lives. It's devastated our communities, especially low-income Black and brown communities. Police officers do not help. Police officers are a danger to the community, and police officers eat up our resources, our funding. They eat up our time and energy. Just a few years ago, Tempe Police Department killed a 14-year-old boy, a high school student. Do you think those high schoolers like coming to school and seeing a school resource officer, the coworker, the friend, the brother of one of the people that shot their classmate and killed him? Do we need to expose students to police officers to stop them from killing kids? Because that's what I heard one officer say earlier, that exposure can keep these kids safe. Why do we need to expose students to dangerous, threatening police officers when it should be the police officers that are removed from the schools? No cops in schools. Thank you.
We previously called for Danielle Pollitt. Danielle Pollitt.
Danielle Pollitt.
Hi, my name is Danielle Pollitt. My husband and I both attended Desert Vista. We are proud parents of a Mountain Point class of 2021 graduate, and our other kids will be class of 2024, 26, and 27 Mountain Point graduates. I'm in favor of Brian Garcia's resolution to address equitable discipline practices. The district's core values say that you are, quote, put students' academic and social emotional needs at the thing you do. Prioritizing equity and prioritizing cops on campus cannot coexist. Insinuating that we need dedicated SROs to manage morning traffic or respond to emergencies feels a lot like the district would be required to pay extra funds in order for police departments to manage resources they should already be allocating. Vote no on SROs. Thank you.
Cree Johnson? Cree or Cray?
Cree or Cray Johnson.
Am I allowed to remove my mask? Hi, everyone. My name is Cree Johnson, and I'm a student representative from Desert Vista High School, as well as I'm serving as the current senior class president. In the past few years, especially following the protests that occurred last summer as a reaction to police brutality, students have spoken out about their feelings of safety in regards to the school resource officers on campus, and yet nothing has been acted upon. As a Black female, the statistic that my male counterparts and I are 3 times more likely to be referred to law enforcement while at school is unsettling to hear and scary, as school is meant to be a space for everyone that is safe. The presence of armed individuals on campus caused numerous students to feel uncomfortable and unsafe. On the contrary, I am thankful to have formed numerous close connections with the security guards on campus and feel they do an adequate job of ensuring the safety of students at Desert Vista. In addition, our mental health counselor, Mrs. Lee, is not only professionally equipped to meet the needs of students, but someone whom I personally can speak lengths of. However, one counselor is impossible to meet the needs of 3,000 students. I thank you for your time and consideration and urge you to listen to the students of DV when I tell you that school resource officers are cops and not counselors. Thank you.
Helen Mendizabal. Sounds like my, Helen Mendizabal. Sounds like my last name, Mendiville, but Mendizabal.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen, and I have been an early childhood educator for the last 10 years here in Arizona. In my lived experience as a seasoned educator, I have noticed what resources, tools, and support children need throughout various growth stages in their lives. It truly baffles me that $250,000 would be funneled to partner with the most violent police department in the country, who happens to be under investigation by the Department of Justice. Chokeholds, brain injuries, threats of violence, or the possibility of being shot dead are not what children need in their learning environment. Considering these are qualities Phoenix PD excels in, it is not safe for them to be around children that oftentimes struggle with high emotions and need support. A department that is comfortable celebrating violence with Nazi challenge coins and lying under oath cannot be entrusted with children's safety. The real alarming part is that the U.S. and state governments do not collect data on police conduct in K-12 schools, and that is a problem. Where would the accountability lie? Thank you.
Terry Becker.
Terry Becker.
Becker.
Becker. Terry Becker. Terry Becker. Yes. Terry, you have 1 minute, okay?
Okay. Good evening. My name is Terry Becker. I've been a resident of Ahwatukee for 27 years. My 8th grade student will attend Mountain Point next fall. I am here tonight to express my stance against SROs, and I am in support of President Garcia's proposal to begin phasing them out of Tempe Union. If we profess to acknowledge systemic racism and promote a more equitable experience for our students and staff, it begins with the removals of cop on campus. Tempe Union students deserve a more supportive learning environment than one with SROs on campus that reinforces that we have tagged our youth, especially marginalized students, that they will have an inevitable criminal record and that they are untrustworthy. The Phoenix Police Department has a less than stellar track record of its own under federal investigation for excessive use of force. So please consider that potential risk when inviting them to interact with our Black, Brown, Indigenous, LGBTQ, and differently abled children. I urge you to follow the other police. Thank you.
Rebecca Salas.
Rebecca Salas. Rebecca Salas, yes.
Good evening. I thank the Tempe Union District Board for allowing me to use my platform to speak and express my concerns on SROs. I'm Rebecca Salas, a current senior at Desert Vista High School, and I personally do not believe school resource officers are needed in our schools. According According to the National Police Foundation, an SRO is supposed to become a mentor and teacher and create relationships with students and ensure school safety. In the 4 years that I spent at DV, I have not connected with a single one of my SROs on a personal level. And my peers and I agree that their roles on campus are not being met. In terms of school safety, I feel comforted and safe in having security guards like Walt and Gary who care for students and form one-on-one relationships that have made my high school experience reassuring. As a student of color, having an SRO on campus makes me uneasy, especially knowing that they are a direct contributor to the national school-to-prison pipeline crisis. With this in mind, it is clear that the mental health resources are needed for our students, and it would be better to invest the funding assigned to SROs to get more counselors, social workers, and psychologists to support our social and emotional needs. Thank you.
Ethan Pollitt. Ethan Pollitt.
Ethan Pollitt?
Hello, my name is Ethan Pollitt, and I'm a student of Mountain Point High School. I am here today to advocate against paying Phoenix police officers from being put in our schools. Not only is it wrong that we have to pay police extra to do their jobs to protect us, but that money might be taken away from teachers and students' education to fund them. Also, how are we supposed to trust the police department that only a few months ago was investigated by the government on accusations of retaliation against protesters, use of force policies, and general policing to be around children that they barely know?
Kirthana Kumar.
Kumar.
Good evening. My name is Kirthana Kumar, and I am a senior at Desert Vista High School. I have been attending the school for 4 years, and as a senior, I personally feel I would feel significantly less safe without school resource officers present at our campus. School resource officers play a key role in supporting the well-being of students through not only physically protecting them, but also offering a key connection to the community. To be successful students and people in general, community connection is vital. I know in light of recent events for some students, cops are only seen as dangerous enemies instead of as protectors, but the point is completely valid, but is also the reason I believe students should have some input when it comes to hiring SROs. This way, students can have an SRO on campus which they feel comfortable with and possibly even relate to. Not only do SROs have a much quicker response time, but they also have more knowledge of the layout of the campus. This is important because this can further delay response times of patrol officers attempting to figure out how the school layout works. The average Phoenix Police Department response time is between 6 to 8 minutes. Think about how much you can get done in 6 minutes. It may not seem like a long time, but for a disgruntled student or even a criminal in a school full of kids, there is a lot of harm they may be able to cause. To put this into perspective, a single school shooting can only last 90 seconds. With an SRO on campus, a 90-second response time is possible, whereas waiting more than 5 minutes can have dire consequences. Thank you.
Erica Braun.
Erica Braun.
Hello, my name is Erica Braun, and I'm from Desert Vista High School, serving as our current student body president and student wellness committee head. As we gather again on the topics of student safety, discipline, and support, I think it's important to consider the current circumstances students are exposed to, a time where mental health support is more essential than ever. When addressing student behavior and discipline issues, our attention should be directed to the source of these instances rather than turning to police intervention and more stringent disciplinary measures. Improving school climates means using empathetic approaches with the intention of understanding and supporting these students experiencing crises. There's an image an armed police officer on campus reflects to students, one of uneasiness and anxiety. It begs to ask if this image is something we want students to experience throughout their day in and out on campus. The abolishment of SROs reflects a commitment to equitable practices, a devotion to developing positive student experience on campus, and establishing environments for students to flourish, to feel safe, and feel supported. Where there is space to reset our intentions and allocation of funds, I would like student support and student social emotional wellness to be taken into greater consideration. We need it now more than ever. Thank you so much.
Noah Barton.
Noah Barton.
Hello, my name is Noah Barton, and I am the 2025 class president at Desert Vista High School, and I am against SORS within our schools. The implementation of SORs, in our current state is not beneficial to both the students and the district as a whole. At the height of a pandemic, mental health crises are at an all-time high, and we need to be shifting our focus on addressing those issues. Mental health is a huge battle for all students, one that needs the resources of our schools. Especially now during difficult times. SROs don't offer any in these circumstances, and despite the well-meaning intentions of SROs, they are intimidating towards students, and we should be removing these figures from our schools to better make a hospitable environment for students where they feel more comfortable to approach mental health resources. As someone who has recently entered Desert Vista from a year of virtual learning, I found that the presence of these officers made what was supposed to be a welcoming environment into one that seemed restrictive and without open arms. SROs send students off to counselors anyways to address their own dilemmas, which already is just imminent proof that mental health resources are far more effective in actually preventing further conflict. I highly suggest that the funds towards SROs be used towards counselors and other mental health resources for the district, as that is a far more effective measure of addressing student discipline. Thank you for your time.
Pedro Gomez.
Pedro Gomez. Pedro. Pedro, come on. You have 1 minute, sir. Hello, everybody. My name is Pedro Gomez, and I'm part of the McClintock class of 2020. I want to give you a story about my time when I went when I signed up for my criminal justice in my junior year. I joined the class because I didn't know what to do with my life. I was very uncertain about things that I was going to do at the time. But I enjoyed the class initially. I had an intimate relationship with my SRO. I developed a sense of trust with her. But then over time, throughout the school year, I had in that class, I had an intimate conversation with one of my classmates. And they told me about their case of sexual assault, in which our SRO completely ignored it, completely dismissed it. So, and coincidentally, at the same time, Antonio Arce was killed, and our SRO did not take any, which made me disgusted of this SRO. And I feel like having that presence of that individual on our campus is very irresponsible for our students. Thank you for your time. Thank you, sir.
Natalie Barella.
Dr. Menville, Governing Board. Good evening. My name is Natalie Barella. I currently serve as the Tempe Police Department Media Relations. From 2016 to 2019, I had the privilege of being the SRO at McClintock High School. I grew up here in Tempe, about a mile down the road, and attended Corona del Sol High School. My first experience at McClintock High School wasn't easy. Students dodging me in the halls quickly turned to fist bumps and high fives. This didn't happen overnight. It took a lot of rapport building, trust, daily deposits, but the return was honest relationships and having difficult conversations with students. They saw me first and foremost as someone who cared about them and someone that they could trust and someone that was there to protect them. If you think SROs don't care about their students, just ask the current and past SROs who work late looking for a missing kid, who listened and lost sleep over the kid crying in their office about the abuse they experienced. The SROs who reached into their own pockets to make sure those kids had things that they needed or the pair of cleats they couldn't afford. The impact SROs are making every day can't be measured by statistics, or negative opinions? Please don't remove our SROs from our schools.
Michelle Rose.
Hi, my name is Michelle Reese. I'm a student organizer at Puente Human Rights. I work with students all over the valley, from Phoenix and Tempe, Glendale, and Tolleson. I'm here today to demand for y'all to get rid of all the cops off schools. Your decision will impact a lot more than you believe. As a community, we need to stop funding into the school-to-prison pipeline and start investing in our students. A safety plan guided by community in our school. We are 49 in funding education. That's horrible. We need to stop funding into that. We need to start funding in education and start investing in our students. Today, you can be part of that, changing that, and change And what students really want and need is to feel part of and feel safe in our schools. School is a place where we want to learn and feel safe. How can we do that when we have Black and brown students always being targeted by cops and rush into arrest and criminalizing?
Holden Patrick Corrs or Cornice.
Hello, is my time begun? Hello, so my name is Holden, and I was born and raised in the Valley, and I work as a part-time as a roofer, and I'm a student at a community college. And anyway, I have 3 points to make here tonight against SROs in our schools. And the first is that SROs have never prevented a school shooting, or if they've done, it has been very few times, so they do not contribute significantly to safety. And the second is that SROs, for many people in Black, Indigenous, and multiracial communities, they are seen as an occupying army who's alien to them and is not concerned for them or their needs. And my third point is that a lot of the money that is spent into SROs could be reinvested into increasing teacher pay and increase supplies that are in desperate shortages in schools, and also for mental health services, and that the money is just being wasted and we better reinvest it elsewhere. Thank you very much, and have a great evening.
Anna Chalmers.
Good evening. My name is Anna Chalmers, community member and Corona del Sol Site Council. And I just wanted to be here to support our officers, both Tempe and Phoenix, the wonderful job that they do, not only at our campuses, but if you call 911. When my daughter was assaulted in 2010 on the campus at Corona del Sol, it was one of our officers that calmed me, calmed my daughter. I would never want to see a campus without them. They are the first opportunity for our young students to learn respect and mutual respect. And God bless every one of you. Thank you.
Laura Hudson. Laura Hudson.
Hi there, I'm Laura Hudson. I live in the district and have a child in Corona. The research I sent you yesterday shows SROs have not been found to have any positive impact on school shootings, school safety, or general crime rates on campuses. So funding a safety measure that does not keep students or teachers safer is a waste of education dollars and would be a breach of your fiduciary responsibilities. You know the stats on Black students being arrested 3 times more often than white students in our district. You know that actual school social workers are far better equipped to do school social work than cops. The decision should be easy. Use our extremely scarce resources to fund the professionals and services that increase achievement. Don't fund SROs who don't keep us any safer, but feed the school to prison pipeline. Thank you, and I appreciate your attention tonight.
Matthew Chrysler.
Sorry, 1 minute. I'm left-handed? 1 minute. Okay. Wow, how about these kids? My name is Matthew Chrysler. I am a PhD student. My research is on education advocacy in Phoenix. But really, I'm here today in memory of Antonio Arce. You gave every police officer who wanted to speak a minute of time. How about the board give Antonio Arce a minute of silence before this meeting ends? I'm also here because my research has led me to the conclusion that police do not make campuses safer. They make them more hostile for youth who are poor, houseless, disabled, queer, trans, undocumented, Black, Indigenous, or otherwise racialized. SROs lead to more criminalization. In an email I sent to all of you earlier, I made the same point. Not less crime. And this creates a cynical feedback loop that always calls for more police and police funding, drawing a straight line from moral panics about super predators to today's TikTok challenges. And I sympathize with teachers and administrators who see SROs as a way to maintain campus order. But the conditions driving increased school discipline are the same ones weakening teachers' power in classrooms and politics. High-stakes testing, reduced budgets, and increased class sizes have put downward pressure on you all, and you can work together with students to make sure that you have more power in the future. Thank you.
Dick Foreman.
Dick Foreman.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Dr. Mendeville. My name's Dick Foreman, longtime Tempe resident, daughter at Corona, and for 10 years I sat at the dais, and for 3 of those 10 years I was board president. And I was one of the people that helped bring SROs to Tempe and to Phoenix. And I've been listening to a lot of the comments, and I got to tell you, it's thrilling and pleasing to hear students with the passion they have, the concerns they have for racial justice and equity. But I want to share just one thought with you. And I'm not going to go through all the data, and I'm not going to go through all the discussion we had when I was in your seats. And I appreciate every one of you being there. And I care, and I'm happy that you are. I was with Sheriff Penzone because we sponsored a school safety conference not long ago, and a state legislator said to us, "You don't need police officers in schools. they're not preventing any shootings. And he said, you don't know how many we've prevented. Think about it. We have safe schools because we have safe schools. Thank you.
Stephanie Liu.
Stephanie Liu.
My name is Stephanie Liu. I'm a senior at Desert Vista. I would like to take a few moments to express some of my thoughts on the current misallocation of resources in Tempe Union. In all 4 years of my time at DV, I never once utilized or felt the need for school resource officers, yet our schools continue to prioritize funding for SROs as opposed to mental health resources where such funding is actually needed. I strongly believe that the presence of armed officers fails to create the safe and positive environment that they were intended to ensure, and in turn serves to only perpetuate feelings of discomfort. Funding should instead be directed towards areas that would better support students, specifically mental health support. With the recent loss of a classmate of mine leaving students, including myself, in need of counseling and support, the lack of prioritization for such mental health resources was made abundantly clear, and it is extremely discouraging that efforts to support student wellness are not prioritized as much as they should be. I stand here today and urge Tempe Union to consider the actual needs of its students and abolish school resource officers. Thank you for your consideration, and I hope you take this into account.
Alexia Isaiah.
Hi, my name is Alexia Isais. I am a student at Arizona State University and a future educator. And I just wanted to say that out of all the people here, the voices that matter the most who have come up to this podium are the students, and they are the educators that have come up here. And a vast majority of them are the ones who have been saying that they do not agree with more SROs on campus, or SROs on campus in general. And as a student, I think back to what I needed in high school. As a high school student who barely scraped out with a low GPA, I think back to what I needed as a student and what I didn't receive. What I wanted as a student and what I needed as a student was more resources. I needed more attention from counselors. I needed more, some things to help me financially as a low-income student as well. And instead, what I got was a student resource officer. And that student resource officer never provided me with any one-on-one feedback. They never were there for me in a way that other people are pretty much saying that they are there for. So please vote no or please do not support more SROs on campus. Thank you.
Edna Zurich.
Edna Zurich.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Edna. I'm a former student. I'm at Clintock High School. I'm now a student at ASU. I wanted to share my experience with an SRO while I was in high school. I went through a pretty rough period of my life, and my friend noticed some self-harm scars, and I got reported. And I walked into the room, and there was this man with a rifle and a bulletproof vest and other weapons, and he was very ill-equipped to help me with my crisis. I was struggling, I was suffering. I needed someone to ask me what was wrong, not someone to tell me that I was gonna be placed in a facility if I kept this up or that it was all in my head, which is exactly what this officer did. The people that you should be listening to are the students, not the administrators and their platitudes, not the SROs that tell you that they care. You should be listening to real experiences, and you should be listening to us because you serve us. If you want to help students,
Cariana Blanchard.
Cariana Blanchard. Cariana Blanchard. You have 1 minute, Cariana, okay.
Hi, my name is Cariana Blanchard, and I come as a community member, an employee, and a member of Parents for Suicide Prevention. The subject of SROs continues to come up over and over again. They are an important part of our community. As someone who has 20 plus years in early childhood education, the little play pack that we get, the community helpers that are always in there, there's always a police officer. There's a chef, there's a firefighter, there's a teacher. We need them all. And the students that I've heard from, breaks my heart that they have had bad experiences. And as a community, we have the opportunity to have do-overs. We have an opportunity to say, I am sorry that this has triggered you. I am sorry that this has upset you. And let's have a reboot, and let's listen to one another. And I'm asking you to listen and to please do not get rid of an important piece of our safety plan and continue to add to our safety plan. Thank you.
Hugh White.
Hugh White. Hugh White. Hugh.
Start right on. Okay. Sorry, I plan on a little bit more time, but I fully support having SROs assigned to the schools in the district. Not only for education, but for the building positive relationships. Removing an SRO from a school removes that ability to form a relationship with the people they're there to serve. As a retired police command staff member myself, I understand that safety is and should always be a priority in our school. Removing the SROs would not increase safety and security. There are, there's far more than just law enforcement. It's the relationship that you cannot replace if you remove law enforcement from the schools. Both my kids went to Marcos de Niza, and I see it every day. My daughter is a teacher at Marcos de Niza. She teaches, you'll be hearing from her tonight. And I know that's on time. So thank you for hearing me out.
Isabella Kelly.
Isabella Kelly. You have 1 minute, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Start with you.
Okay. Hello, members of the board. My name is Isabella Kelly, and I'm a student representative from Desert Vista High School, as well as the president of our school's Bring Change to Mind, a club dedicated to ending the stigma surrounding mental health. As we gather here tonight to discuss the topic of student safety and support on campus, I would like to refer to an analogy that I feel best describes the situation. There's an overflowing sink that is leaking water all over the floor. Should we try to clean up the mess on the floor or begin by turning off the faucet? Increasing SORS on campus would be equivalent to cleaning the mess on the floor. While it may provide some initial solvency, it is in no way contributing to stopping the flow of water. It creates feelings of uneasiness and anxiety around campus while also deteriorating the idea of a school as a safe place for inclusion and support. However,
If we turn off the faucet by allocating resources to support mental health of students, we could allow students to flourish and feel comfortable walking into school without seeing an armed police officer at the gates, effectively stopping the flow of water, allowing for feelings of acceptance and support to foster within our school. Thank you.
Janet Hamlin.
Last name, sir?
Hamlin.
Thank you. Janet Hamlin.
Hi, my name is Janet Hamlin. I'm a community member, and my child is a 2019 graduate of Corona del Sol. Our whole family has been positively impacted by SROs in the schools. This is not an issue to be taken lightly. They are there for the safety of our students. They help our students that are hanging onto the fringes of society. So I ask you to please consider tabling this, working with Tempe City Council. This is an important safety net in our community and for our students. Thank you.
Mackenzie White.
Mackenzie White.
Good evening, Governing Board members. My name is Mackenzie White, and I'm a first-year CTE criminal justice teacher at Marcos Ceniza High School. Law enforcement is very important to me. My father is a retired Gilbert Police Department Lieutenant Hugh White, who just spoke earlier, who served over 23 years in our community. SROs play a vital role in day-to-day safety for students, staff, and visitors at Marcos Ceniza. The Tempe Police SRO assigned to the MDN is Officer Amy Pfeiffer. Officer Pfeiffer has impacted many students on our campus. Seeing her connect with my students in the classroom and the students in the hallways and staff is nothing short of inspiring and incredible. I implore you to understand the true benefits of having an SRO on our campus, not only to keep us safe, but to build a trusting bond with our students, staff, and parents. It is not just having actual safety and immediate access to our SRO who is trained to intervene if there is any sort of critical event, but it is also the sense of safety and security that comes with having Officer Amy Pfeiffer on campus day in and day out. Thank you.
Dr. Don Penich.
Go to the next one, sir. Not present.
Nicole Heiser.
Cole Heiser.
Hi, I'm a community member, I'm a mom, and I'm also a teacher at Mountain Point High School. Despite the increase in SRO programs since the 1990s, there are few available studies that have reliably evaluated their effectiveness. There isn't a one-size-fits-all, but there is a progressive model and policies as put forth by the ALCU that has positive outcomes. I could go into all those details, but I can tell you some of them are an 87% decrease in fighting offenses, an 86% decrease in African-American referrals for fighting, including some other things in districts in Florida and Colorado. I can send that to you. I am hopeful that we will continue SRO officers in schools. I have had positive experiences in a state where sex trafficking is on the rise. My SRO talked to students about safety tips, planning, prevention, and when young girls skip school to meet with someone they met online, our SRO officer got positively involved. When students use social media to bully others or incite other students, my SRO assisted administration and helped to minimize the impact at the school itself. Thank you so much. I hope you reconsider this.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Is Dr. Don Penich here?
You didn't answer. Let me try again. Try Dr. Don Penich again, please.
Try Dr. Don Penny. Dr. Don Penny.
No, sir.
Carrie Brown?
Carrie Brown.
Yeah, see.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carrie Brown. I am the mother of a student at Mountain Point, and I have another student at Centennial who will be at Mountain Point next year. And so I am here tonight to quickly speak in support of the resolution addressing equitable discipline practices. And I am in full support of looking at the data to know what works. I'm remiss if I didn't thank everyone here tonight. I appreciate everything everybody does on the board, district administration, SROs, teachers, everybody. I thank you so much. You all do a lot. The word of the day is data, and there is a lot of data. And so what I would like to see is exactly what the resolution proposes to eventually phase out SROs, if that is what all the data, and when you come together, if that's what it shows. So thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Ruth Lindsay?
Lindsay. You have 1 minute, okay?
Thank you. I'm aware I only have 1 minute, so I'll try to be as fast as I can. I was born and raised in Tempe. I'm a proud Tempe Buffalo, class of 2000. I love my city. I love my community. I love our schools. And I love our teachers. And I love our students. And I want them to be safe. And I understand that nobody feels safe right now. What I don't want is for us to do things to make ourselves feel safe that don't keep us safe. And the research clearly shows that SROs don't keep us safe, and they expose our children to a lifetime of potential abuse in the hands of the criminal justice system. And I'll close by reminding you to remember that you have students currently in your schools who lost a classmate at the hands of a Tempe police officer who shot him in the back. And I'm pretty sure, I feel fairly safe in saying that they do not feel safer when they see a uniformed officer on their campus. Please do not spend our precious resources on militarized police force in our schools. We don't need it. It keeps none of us safe.
Anisha Groves?
Hello. First, I want to support what others have already said beautifully in detail about how SROs disproportionately harm Black and other marginalized students. Both the community and the research have been very clear that SROs need to go. But I also want you to think about this proposed contract with Phoenix Police and hopefully seriously consider the current level of scrutiny that they are under. They're the deadliest police force in the country. Last year, when the community exercised their First Amendment rights, demanding an end to the unceasing stream of murders committed by Phoenix Police, Their own officers targeted and falsely charged protesters with fabricated felony charges. Many of these protesters were facing decades in prison just for showing up to speak out against police violence. Only because of the work of community members, these charges were dropped, despite the fact that the county attorney's office also colluded in these political prosecutions. Now the DOJ are investigating deadly use of force. So are these really the people that you want influencing the next generation of leaders? Do you really think they're going to treat your children better? Thank you.
Bruce Franks Jr.
Bruce Franks Jr. Bruce Franks Jr.
I will tell you, as a directly impacted person from the political prosecutions initiated by Phoenix Police Department, this will be harmful and violent to these children, especially those who look like me. We're talking about a department who celebrated shooting a protest in the groin with the white supremacist challenge coin, a department that lied, targeted, and damaged the lives of over 400 protesters, including mine. Because of Phoenix Police Department, I was almost taken away from my family for 20 years. Don't tell me anything about a couple bad apples. So what do you think they're gonna do to our children? And I'm not here to find out. So vote no to having police department, Phoenix Police Department in the Tempe schools. If you do not want us protesting every meeting and event you attend, then you will vote no. If this passes, it will be a very long year for those who support this. We have time, energy, and resources. This isn't a threat, it's a calculated, tentative appointment. So please vote no.
Final public comment is from Michelle Reese.
Michelle Reese. Michelle Reese.
Ruiz.
Good, you have 1 minute, okay?
Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Michelle Rose. I am a resident of Tempe and a voter. For the safety, mental health, and educational success of students, I urge you to vote no on the approval of the renewal of intergovernment agreement with the City of Tempe, as well as the new one for the City of Phoenix. According to the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, a coalition of approximately 200 national organizations, quote, "Police in schools is nothing more than an illusion of school safety," end quote. Quote, "Despite school districts pouring millions of dollars into campus police programs, there is little to no credible evidence that they increase school safety and instead undermine school climate and criminalize students." End quote. That's the ACLU, Northern California. This is about sending the right professional to the job. You wouldn't ask an accountant to repair your car, regardless if it was an exceptional accountant. So you shouldn't send armed gunmen trained in chokeholds, target practice, and electrocuting people to children's behavioral problems. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on this item.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Mendeville. At this time, we will take a 10-minute recess, so we will reconvene at 9:41 p.m. Thank you. All right, the time is now 9:41. We are reconvening this meeting. The last item that we remained before public comment ended is new business for item 2, resolution regarding addressing equitable discipline practices. All right, and we will begin discussion with Member James.
Thank you, President Garcia. I would like to start with a quote from the president of the National Education Association, Lily Eskelsen Garcia. Quote, "This is no time to look away. Police violence against Black people happens too often. The threat and real violence toward Black people daring to exist in public spaces and even in their own homes is the direct result of how white supremacy culture is the air we breathe in America. As a union of 3 million educators stretching across the country to every community, we have an obligation to act. Together, we will continue the call for justice and to hold powerful people to account," unquote. This bold statement should be a call to all educators and educational institutions to do better. It should inspire us all to listen to the voices most underrepresented in our schools, but most overrepresented in disciplinary actions and referrals to law enforcement. In our own district, Black students make up about 12% of our student population, but approximately 30% of our referrals to law enforcement. The National Education Association recognizes this and has therefore committed to the position that our campuses are no place for constant police presence. As educators, we know the importance of research-based practices. We use research-based evaluation tools, as we saw in our meeting earlier. We use research-based best practices in our instruction. When it comes to school safety and the use of police on our campuses, I would hope to see that same commitment to following the research. And there is plenty of research that details the effect that police presence on campus has on increasing the criminalization of our Black and brown students. Likewise, there's no definitive evidence that having an on-campus SRO is an effective means of keeping our campuses the most safe they can be. We need to keep in mind that our district includes the town of Guadalupe that was harassed regularly by the Sheriff's Department for decades. The trauma is real, and while each individual SRO could be the most incredible human being, it does not take away from the trauma that that uniform triggers in many of our students. We truly need to ask ourselves whose definition of safety we are listening to and using when making these decisions. We were all elected as board members with certain well-defined responsibilities. Ensuring that our budget is dedicated to providing the best education for all of our students is one of our greatest responsibilities. As a teacher and a parent in one of the most underfunded educational systems in our country, I cannot comprehend how allocating $250,000 to pay for police presence on 2 of our campuses is considered a proper or sustainable use of our funds. The police have pledged to serve and protect our communities, and it should not take an extra $250,000 for them to do that in our schools. We should also not neglect the implications of joining into a monetary agreement with a police force that is currently under Department of Justice investigation. No matter what your thoughts are on SROs on our campuses, I think the need for this resolution is clear when we look at the Phoenix IGA we're faced with. In June of 2020, the ask was $500,000 for SROs. Now we're faced with an ask of $250,000. If we fail to get grants in the future, do we just continue to approve that cost no matter what? This resolution calls for an investigation into safety plans that do not have to rely on that full-time SRO. Nowhere in the resolution does it say that there will be 0 police presence in our schools. It's not possible due to mandatory reporting. It is possible, however, to have creative, innovative IGAs or MOUs with police departments without the hefty price tag and hefty police presence on campus. There are so many examples of how this is being done around the country. We need to shift our focus to the departments that are called to serve and protect our community. It shouldn't really cost our schools large sums of money for the police to do their jobs within our schools. I do not believe that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Member James. Member Montero.
Thank you. First, I want to thank everyone that came out to speak tonight, as well as those who are here with us or took the time to email us these past couple of weeks and given their thoughts and their perspective on this issue. Our job up here is to listen to all parts of the community, do the research, to look at the data, to understand our individual schools and school communities, and to make the most informed decision that will do the most good for our students, staff, and families. While it is not an easy topic to be discussing, I thank all of those who shared their thoughts. Over the past several weeks, I have taken time to talk with students, staff, families, and community members, as well as thought about my own personal experiences as someone who has sat in our classroom just 2 years ago. We've heard from many of them tonight. I also want to bring up that all 5 of us up here are graduates of the district. We understand our schools. We've been in our classrooms. We know the communities. We all come from different parts of this district. We bring different perspectives to this issue. And we know that the physical and psychological safety of our students and staff is always our top priority. But protecting our students and staff means letting go of the things that we want to work and accepting that they may do more harm than good. The research and data is clear. SROs have shown to either have no significant impact or a negative impact. There is no rigorous causal research evidence supporting that armed guards or SROs reduce school violence, prevent school shootings, or make schools safer. According to the Nonpartisan Congressional Research Service, in 197 instances of gun violence at U.S. schools since 1999, SROs intervened successfully in only 3 instances. That's a 1.5% effective rate. Protecting our students means believing them when they tell us that they are in danger. This is very personal for myself as well. This has been my entire life in our public school system. Going to school in the post-Columbine era is not easy. The constant threat of seeing on the news of school shootings and wondering if we're next. But in each of those scenarios, the SRO never made myself feel safer at those campuses. There have been several instances in sharing my own personal experiences with SROs. The one time that I had an interaction with my SRO at Desert Vista was during a lunch period. And during that period, there was a fight that broke out in the courtyard in front of many students. And what I saw was the officer pinning the student to the ground with his hand on the gun. That makes myself and many students feel very uncomfortable. I remember having conversations with many of my friends that day about that incident. And I know this is not an isolated incident in and of itself. Beyond that, they are routinely involved in situations that counselors, teachers, or social workers are better suited and trained for. And if we truly have the health and safety of our students and staff in mind as our top priority, we have to move away from the solutions that have the appearance of safety in place of more effective solutions. And that is exactly what this resolution is allowing us to do. We heard from many tonight that we need to take the opportunity to hear from the community, from our students, from our staff, from our administrators, which is exactly what this resolution does. It starts the conversation about what the future of school safety and what are the effective ways to keep our students and our staff safe. It'll give us the opportunity to look at the data, to look at the research from our own school district, the quantitative and qualitative data, to hear from our students and their experiences, to hear from our staff and their experiences, and to hear from our community to make the most informed decision moving forward. We talk a lot about personal relationships and the relationships that our officers build with students. But what is often left out of this conversation is our district-employed security guards. To this day, I can name every single one of them that I had at my experience at Desert Vista, many of whom still give me a warm welcome when I come back to visit the campus. Any Desert Vista graduate that I talk to can remember many of those security guards. That's what I call relationship building. They're the ones that are within our student body, talking to students, making them feel safe and secure, and building a relationship. And when we're talking about investing in ways to keep our schools safe, we often leave them out of the conversation. We have trouble retaining a lot of our security officers. This is an opportunity to invest in the proven ways to keep our students safe. And I think this is one of them. We have to take the opportunity to invest in preventative measures, such as our counselors, our Care 7 specialists, etc., as well as looking at our security staff. These are effective ways that keep our students safe. Our students should be focused on learning, and while we focus on their safety and well-being. In many instances, we call our SROs, and in instances, isolate them from their peers, separate them from their school, and enter the criminal justice system. For some, before they even reach 9th grade. Many students tonight told their stories of the impact that their SROs have had on themselves personally, and those stuck with me the most, because those are the ones that we are here to protect, to educate, and those that we serve. So I am in support of this resolution, and I want to make clear that this is giving us as a district the opportunity to have this tough conversation together. We're not going to find a one-size-fits-all solution up here in one night at this board meeting. That's what this resolution does, to do the research, to find effective ways, to look at different school safety plans, and to determine what the best path forward is for our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Montero. Member Hodge.
Well, I wasn't the one who pushed requests. Did you want to speak before me, Vice President Barraza, or are you fine? Okay. Well, because you guys are supporting. I have questions, so you guys go ahead, huh? That's where I'm at. I have some questions. So one of my questions is, and I want to thank everybody for all their comments, and I want to thank all of our staff, principals, all of the city community who's came out, our students, parents, everyone, thank you. For one for all, I don't want this just to be, because all I'm hearing is a black issue, and that's not all of our students. So when we talk about data, we need to talk about all of our data from all of our students, because that kind of concerns me when we just say, well, blacks are 3 times. I want to know, because I want data. I want to know exactly the percentages on what breakdown of all of our students, because we're Tempe Union and we're one district, and I support every race and every gender and every sex. So I want to make sure that we have information on all of it, because I know we were out here and we had students in our community. We had students that were not part of our community. I just want to make sure that when we look at our basis, that we're basing it on Tempe Union's community, and that's different from everybody else. I'm not saying that there's not a problem in the nation. I'm just saying that when I make decisions, my decisions got to impact the Tempe Union. So I have some questions for our district that I want to know. I want to know before we decide, when we did this resolution, was everybody included? Did anybody talk to our counselors? Was it a sit down with our counselors? Was it a sit down with our principals, our teachers, our parents? Was everybody included in it? Because when we passed our last resolution, we had the whole community behind it. We did a whole group of series of different meetings. I just want to make sure that everybody's is a stakeholder is engaged in it, because I do see our students, but I only see one section. I didn't hear from a lot of the students from other schools. I only heard mostly from Desert Vista, and I kept a count. I heard mostly Desert Vista, 2 McClintock former students, and 2 Mountain Point, and 1 Corona. I would like to know if we can do a survey to send out to all of our students, because I would love to know how our students feel in general, all of them, because we only got a small, minute portion of our students, and their voices are strong, and I love them for hearing it, but I want to hear from all of our students. I want to know how they feel. Well, if we're going to make this decision, we got to make the decision for every student in the district, and I don't feel that that was covered in just that small portion, so I think we can come back to that. I think that's something we need to do as a survey to send out to our students. Have we done a survey to our students? Has a survey been done to our students in general?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I would love a student-based survey. I would love a parent-based survey, because we're hearing from certain parents, but we haven't, some parents they don't listen to board meetings all the time. They work. We want to be able to give them a chance to be able to speak too, because I want the whole entire district to be a part of it. When I make a decision, I want to make a holistic decision that's affecting every student in my district. So I just want to know, is there any way that we can do some surveys being sent out to some of our parents and students so I can hear their voices too? I love the voices who are heard, but I would love to hear from more.
Yes. Yes, I mean, yes, we are able to do surveys. I would actually recommend that we look at an independent contractor, and I've talked with Mrs. Mewins about this, where we can hire some outside, because I will, board president and members, that it's real apparent that we have our employees, our administrators who have spoken this evening, and because they're involved with the SROs, they're involved with the work that their role plays, not singularly. They are part of a team, and I would be remiss and not honest if I didn't say right now publicly that I have a bias towards the support of SROs. Now, I say that because, and only because of the way we have structured the use of SROs in our district, because they are now part of a multi-tiered system of support. And I've shared this with all of our board members. We follow the school safety and assessment plan. The Superintendent Hoffman commissioned a task force on school safety prior to the pandemic, and those results came out recently. And much of that information that was yielded in the study that involved students in that participation and a variety of stakeholders in this task force indicated that how we structure our school safety plans and how we use the wraparound supports that I think is part of the request in the resolution is in the right direction. I do believe that we're moving in the right direction. I am publicly stating that I'm very, very sorry that any of our students in the past have had the experiences that they've had with SROs at our sites. As we all know, there are nuances and there are details that we don't even know about, and I don't know about it, but I'm not going to devalue the fact that our students, our former students, and have had these negative experiences, and that's not acceptable. I mean, I think we all know that, we agree that on that. But I do understand that in reading the resolution, because all of you come from a good place, and that I know to be absolutely true. What we have to do is find a balance in exploring and have a time to do these surveys, to explore and research, and have some time for discovery, because I may have in my mind what community-based support is, but there's a lot of work that has to be done if this is something that is going to be looked at seriously and thoughtfully. And so I don't think anybody in this room can say that, the SROs have done a lot of good, and we understand that there have been problems. There's problems in every bad seed, if you want to call it, in any batch in our industry. And that doesn't make the whole batch bad. I'm cognizant and aware that you all understand we are responsible for our Tempe Union students and our community. And that is where you're coming from. And so I appreciate that. There's lots of talk of what's happened in other communities and just to our west with the city of Phoenix that have not been favorable. That doesn't make this discussion easier either. But we would be remiss in not recognizing the challenges that the city of Phoenix have had. That being said, looking at Los Angeles and some of these larger cities that have had some overtly systemic issues, none of us are denying that that exists. It's wrong, and change needs to happen within the system. I have said repeatedly to all 5 of you and to the executive team, we have 6 schools that were held accountable for their safety and their well-being and their learning and their overall happiness. And that is where my focus and responsibility lies. So we have to put it into context, and I believe that is what you're asking.
Exactly, yes.
Is to put it into context within our own community to look and examine what we can do possibly differently as we have an opportunity for discovery and research.
Yes, you put it all in words for me, but that's...
And part of my challenge is because one of the recommendations that I'm suggesting is that if we are going to do these surveys, because I inherently as an educator, as a former principal, have a bias, okay? And so I just want to make that known. And so if we're going to look at this, I need to remove myself to some degree with some of the data collection.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchin. Thank you, Dr. Mandeville. Vice President Barraza.
I'll finish mine later.
We'll circle back.
Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. It's wonderful to have such a dialogue here tonight, both sides, the community here tonight. I have some questions, just more or less, before I can kind of really wrap my head around this. First, I guess, what is the effect of the approval of this? Dr. Mandeville, you'd be the one tasked to implement it as superintendent. What does it really mean? Have you had that discussion, or have you had an idea?
What would be the consequences, or what's being asked in the resolution?
Well, what's being asked in the resolution is that we move forward with some specific items and research. So I'm just wondering, what does it mean in terms of moving forward? Is there a development of a committee to be established regarding this issue? I think it's important that we move forward as a community regarding this. Whether it's approved or not, I think the SRO situation is always worth having some aspect of dialogue with all our stakeholders. So if this were approved today, what would happen tomorrow?
First, I would need to assemble my executive team and others to begin breaking this apart and looking at other outside sources to start looking at what is available that's similar in our demographic. We only have 6 high schools. We're not a large K-12 setting, and there's lots of those factors. So we'd have to tease out some of the requests here, and again, I would hire and suggest hiring an independent source of support to help navigate some of the information that has to be discovered, because we don't know what we don't know. Now, people tout research and oh, this and that. Well, I don't know what community it is. I don't know that it's applicable to our little Tempe Union community. What may be cited in some of the research that others have noted, could be for Baltimore, it could be for New York City. I mean, I have absolutely no idea. So there's going to be time that's going to have to be required to research a lot of this. Some of the details in developing a plan, looking at benchmarks, bits for the refinement of school safety plans without the current usage of SROs. I read that to be okay, if we're going to have a safety plan that does not necessarily include SROs, and clarify me if I'm incorrect in stating this, that doesn't mean that we won't have SROs in some capacity, or at least because we are required by law to address the statutory requirements when students do make inappropriate choices that involve a variety of things. And then look, the other thing too is that it's a misnomer. Tempe Union High School District does not have an SRO program. The programs exist within the municipalities of Phoenix and Tempe and other municipalities. We partake through our IGA and in collaboration with the state's school safety grant and follow those guidelines because we're funded, at least in Tempe, with the SROs in that manner. So, the item C here on this evaluation of a student's safety, we have to put that factor that into consideration as well. We're not evaluating an SRO program, we're evaluating the functions of the school safety plan. Right now in ours, it's inclusive of the SROs. So there's a lot of this in here that would need to be unpacked appropriately, and we need time in order to do that.
I appreciate that. I guess for me, that's kind of where I'm just wanting to understand this resolution and what it means in terms of moving forward. I imagine that we'll be here again as voting on, this will be our entire year, this issue, if we're going to tackle it. So I wanted to kind of understand so that way as a community, if this is the route, we move forward with all stakeholders. To echo what Board Member Hodge mentioned was that we do need student input, we need staff input, we need our community input, and that to me is worth taking the time to walk through this issue. It's a very profound issue, and in order to get to any resolution, whatever it may be, I think all of us, as stakeholders, ought to have that involvement. I guess for me, the biggest thing to say is, I'm the only board member, and I speak about this often, that I'm the School to Prison Pipeline board member. I was elected. I went to prison shortly after high school. I was a teen parent, and I wanted to join the military, and that was not possible because I cannot hear my right ear. And it was one of those devastating moments for me. Since I was 8, that's what I wanted to do, and high school was a very difficult time for me, so it was something to endure and overcome in order to get to that next phase. So when I couldn't, it was easy to self-medicate and watch my friends go on to careers and colleges, and I didn't even apply to college because I thought, again, I was going to the military. And my life fell apart, and the more interactions I had with law enforcement and my drug use, it would put into mediocre programs. What I learned is ultimately the state and the county do not care about tackling this issue, and why I think it's also important why we do it, because we have that ability. When I went to prison, I learned a lot about the inequities in education, and that's why I'm here. I was 22 and turned 23, and I never imagined I would be in that position. There's a thing called the eighth grade equivalency. In order to make 15 cents an hour, you have to pass an 8th grade equivalency at any age. And that's when it started to dawn on me how important it is to have education and access to resources. I don't know what that means in terms of the SRO stuff, but I do know that bottom line, the fundamentals is that we must move together. I'm the only person here that actually had to restore my rights to sit here. And I sit as the vice president of the school district in which I was consistently suspended. I didn't have any support. And it's really refreshing to come and sit on this board and know that this district has been tackling so much social emotional wellness, suicide prevention. I think it's wonderful that tonight we expanded that. And we're working continually to expand those policies and regulations to make sure that students have counselor access of all different kinds. I'm a little, honestly, I'm hurt because my opinion was not even considered when this resolution was drafted. And again, I'm the only one that actually lived this. In this every person that spoke, every person here tonight, does not have the same experience as I had. And so for me to not have a voice in this is very hurtful. I don't know how this resolution came about, but I do know that the stakeholders weren't a part of the formulation of this. I do know that staff are upset about it. I do know that students are upset. I do know that both sides, there's people who agree on this, there are people who disagree. And to me, that is reflective of the fact that we haven't had a conversation to get to this point. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do. As someone that has an inmate number, I'm trying to consistently fix this issue. But on the other hand of this resolution, because this is a wonderful resolution in my opinion, but there's still stuff that I have issues with and I don't get to express that. I don't get to have that say. And yeah, that's tough. And I can only imagine there's so many people in the community that feel the same way. What I really want also is for the district to understand that I've been pushing for social emotional policies regarding SROs in our discipline. I think when I think of the SRO program, we have 0 policies governing it, 0. And for someone to sit up here in which we audit our programs in the Tempe Union High School District, we take the obligation of our taxpayers' money seriously, and we vet our programs, we look at the outcome, and we have 0 policies to govern it. So to me, when I hear people say they support, I hope what I'm also hearing is that they support the creation of policies governing the SRO program. Because whatever this resolution is, we're gonna be back here continually, decade after decade, as long as this is a fundamental issue. It'll take one board with a separate majority to overturn the entirety of this work. We have to have policies that govern. It's just that simple. And Dr. Mendeville, I've been pushing you and your team for those policies, and I've gotten a lot of pushback on it. We have no evaluation policy for an SRO program. When I was in firefighting, after I got out of prison, you know, the one thing I remember is that we always evaluated the incident. We asked the questions: what happened? Why did it happen? What did we do? And what can we do better? I don't think it's a lot to ask that of an SRO policy moving forward. So I really hope that I won't get the same pushback on this issue, because I feel that not only the resolution, but the IGA has been pushed down my throat. I was very upset when I got the IGA in front of me, because this is my 3rd year on the board, and I've been advocating for policies, for involvement, for committees to be established on this. So when the IGA was presented to me, and I was told, support it or it's gonna be a really bad decision. Again, my opinion meant nothing. There was no, essentially I was waiting to be a part of that conversation. And what I should have done was exactly what this resolution is, just force something on the table, but that's not how we do things. We have to move together as a community. So whatever becomes of this resolution tonight, whatever becomes of the SRO situation tonight, it is a fundamental responsibility that we all have a stake in it. And again, I'm very, very deeply hurt that I was not considered, my opinion was not considered in drafting of this resolution. I think it's important that we also acknowledge that Phoenix PD is not here. That's upsetting to me because they were an entity in which they were a struggle to work with. And I applaud Tempe PD because they actively worked with us. It was a constant dichotomy of the two. So for them to not even show up here today, what does that mean? Showing up is half the part, half the obligation. So this to me is just reflective of the irresponsibility that we keep seeing with Phoenix PD. In the end, I would like to see us work together. I heard from our council members in Tempe that they would like to work with us on this. I heard from Chief of Police. I heard from Chief of Fire, Council Member Joel Navarro. And I would be remiss if we did not seek that opportunity to have that discussion with them. How do we move forward? I love Tempe for that. They show the expressiveness to do that. We even heard it from the Chief of Police. That is rare. We have to appreciate that. That is rare that they're saying we want to be a part of this conversation and this fundamental, innovative change that we can do together. So thank you to Tempe Police Department for showing the willingness, and thank you to our city council members in Tempe for showing the willingness of that. So I guess, in the end, to me, I don't know, because there's still a lot that I think I need clarification. I also would like my own voice in it. And it's, again, I can't stress enough, it's very hurtful. That experience to get here was very brutal. And I think I'm owed that. I think I'm owed to be a part of this conversation. And I personally, Mr. President, I would very much, I move to table this till the next meeting, because I think it's important that if it's worth pursuing, we have to pursue it together. Next meeting is not a lot to ask for, because I really want to support this. I really want to also see what Tempe City Council has to say about it. I want you to be able to work with the cities and talk about it and bring back this resolution, so that way they can be on board. If not, at least now I can feel that the community had their say. We have to move forward together. So please, Mr. President, I move to table this to the next meeting, and I would like a second.
Yeah, I will second it, and I will say that you said exactly what I wanted to say. We don't have all the stakeholders involved. We actually had council members and the police here saying they're willing to work with us. We need to all have that at the table at the same time. So I want all stakeholders involved in it. So I second that motion to table it until we can get a collaboration with everyone together to talk about it.
All right, thank you for that motion and that second. We're going to continue with discussion until we're wrapped with discussion, then we can vote on the motion to table.
Okay.
I just want to finish by saying that I appreciate this resolution on the table, and I think this discussion is well worth having, and it's about time. That's all.
Member Montero.
Thank you. There was a lot of discussion, and I want to thank Vice President Barraza for all of his work and advocacy around this. It really does mean a lot. You have opened my eyes up to a lot of the issues and inequities in our education system. Beyond, we all have our own experiences, but being able to hear the experiences that you have had bring a lot of light to this discussion. And I think, your point about having stakeholder involvement, that's key. And that's what we all agree on here. And I think that's where the confusion comes into me, is the way I read the resolution is, that's what the point of this resolution is. I see the whereas clause. The board recognizes the importance of engaging stakeholders across the Tempe Union High School District community, including students, teachers, families, administrators, and staff, at establishing equitable practices, and it goes on from there. I think this resolution And what we're asking gives us that opportunity to engage with the city of Tempe and their initiatives that are ongoing currently related to the Tempe Police Department, and to work in conjunction with them to find a solution for the both of us. It gives us that opportunity to do surveys to our students and to our staff. That's the way I read the resolution. And so I think when we're talking about engagement around that, I think that is key. This resolution is specifically asking for the engagement of these stakeholders in looking at alternative school safety plans that may or may not include SROs, or may include different, not including the current usage of SROs and what that might mean, and looking at, I think there are so many unanswered questions that we all have. Like I said earlier, that we're not going to come to a one-size-fits-all solution. That's what this resolution is to me when I read this, is it's calling for this discussion to be had so that we can come to the best approach for our students and for our staff. That's the way that I read it. And that gives us all the opportunity to have that discussion, for Board Member Barraza to be involved in that discussion of what will these school safety plans look like. That's the way that I read the resolution. I'd love to get your thoughts on it, though.
Vice President Barraza.
Yes, I agree that this starts a conversation. I think the problem I have is just that how it was not presented with the background of the community presenting it. When you presented social emotional resolutions and followed it with a policy, that was a big group moving forward as one. And I think that was incredible, the way that you managed that, the way you chaired that committee, and all the stakeholders in part of it. The resolution, again, I think it's just more about, this is the first time I get an opportunity to speak on it publicly. And I have some language issues that I think that is not a big deal in terms of the language, but is big a deal in terms of the profoundness of how we're moving forward. And that's the only reason why I'm asking to be tabled, is so that way we can have that conversation without now breaking open meeting laws, considering now it has been presented, and get the feedback from our community stakeholders. I think tonight it was about public comment, and it was about being charged and for one way or the other. And so again, I agree with you. This is great because it starts that conversation. There's just a couple of points that I feel that we need to address in order to get to the resolution that I think this district needs, and that's all. But that's my opinion. There's 5 of us. Either way, I just want to say, again, I appreciate that we're having this conversation. Thank you.
Member Hodge.
Thank you. I agree with Vice President Barraza. It's not so much that we have the resolution. It's the fact that there was no stakeholders involving to get this together. It wasn't. Was our teachers addressed? Did we talk to our teachers? Did we talk to our principals? Did we talk to our students at all schools? We have a partnership. Did we even talk to anybody in the city of Tempe, who has been a great partnership for us and has always done well by us? I know that it was shown to our mayor, but it wasn't shown to our city council members, who have just as much input to it, and our CARE 7. It's just, I don't feel that everybody was engaged in it. And I'm like Board Member Raza, when we did the social emotional, it was a different feeling, because when we came and it was presented as a group, as a focus. It was everybody. You could see the stakeholders involved. You could see I could ask questions of every single person, how they felt about it. And this one, it felt like it was presented to us, and now we want to go to the stakeholders, which I think it should have been the opposite way around. We brought everybody to the table, and then we bring a resolution and we continue on forward. So I just feel like half of us, and I feel like Board Member Barraza, I mean, I've been here, I've been through this with it too. You're talking about African-American students, and I'm the only African-American board member has never been presented in it. And I just feel like I feel out of the place of it also. I mean, nothing, I didn't even know it was coming. So I just feel as a board, we just felt like we've just been kind of pushed. It was just, here you go. And I don't feel like I was a part of that, and that's one of the things. And it's not that I need to be the person who was doing it, but I at least want to know what's happening, be a stakeholder in it. I just felt like I was completely shut out of it also.
Member Montero?
Yeah. Well, first, again, I want to reiterate the point, and to Member Hodge and to Vice President Garcia. Like, you know, oh, what did I say, Garcia? Whoops, sorry, Barraza. It's late. Yeah, you know, we do value your opinion, and I think that the trouble, and because it jolted my mind when we're talking about the social emotional resolution. The policy that was brought forward came forward from an ad hoc committee that was created from a resolution just like this. I think that's when I read this, the way that I read, and you know, let me know what your interpretations are of this, but when I read this, it's a similar approach to that, where we're saying we need all community input, and we're going to take that role to do that. And that's the same thing we did with the social emotional resolution, is we created that committee to gather the input from our students and our staff at our community to create the policy that is now adopted, and has, you know, I think that's kind of the role that I see in it. And my question is, because when we're talking about stakeholder improvement and talking with our city council members and our mayor and everything, I think that's what the point of this is, and I could be wrong, but when I read this, I think this gives us that opportunity to have those discussions. And my question is, and I agree, we do need all input and reflected in this resolution. And I know that there are open meeting law concerns when it comes to before this is presented to the board. And so I don't know what the gray area that comes with that. But my question would be, what would you want to see reflected? You had some concerns about the language. What are those concerns? If it's something language related, we can amend it now.
There's a few instances, but I think they're going to require a conversation, but one of them definitely would be surrounding a study group, consistent study sessions and updates, as well as a committee to be formed with stakeholders. I think that's just, to me, fundamental. But I also have questions about, you know, I've been talking to Dr. Mendeville, and we've been working on the development of creating an innovative program in a First Responders Academy. You know, I've talked to individuals, Chief Fire, my friend Kevin Bailey Jr., and he talks about how the recruitment is difficult. It's never been that way. We've always had firefighters. We've always had a hiring process that we had too many applicants, and now they're starting to be depleted. Same with the police department. The First Responders Academy, to me, what our discussion was, is to be able to develop a way that we can create that culture, because we want students who care about bad practices to become the change, but they don't want to. It's too stigmatizing to even say you want to be a police officer, you want to be a firefighter, or even, you know, in the medical field now. But that's what I'm concerned with, and that's the development of the First Responders Academy, is to establish those relationships and have the discussion of what is community policing. And having, you know, Lindsay Danskin is a teacher in, is it Mountain Point? I remember she was at Marcos.
She's at Mountain Point now.
Yeah, so.
I'm sorry,
Desert
DV.
Vista.
All right,
Excuse
yes,
me.
you're right, thank you, Mr. McDonald.
You know, I was talking to her, and I love that she has those conversations with the SRO in the classroom about Black Lives Matter, and what are the concerns, what are the fears that our students are having. And I challenge anyone here tonight to go and sit in that classroom and listen and hear those students talk so openly to that SRO, that resource officer, about it. And do they have to be an SRO to have that conversation? I don't know, but that's what I want to kind of have clarification about this resolution is, will this effectively end the development of a First Responders Academy in which we teach students how to be community leaders? You know, if I look at the civil rights movement in the 60s and 70s, I remember there was a commission developed to study how do we fix this issue. And the one thing that came out of it that was focused in was you have to have the people that live in the community policing and serving that community. That's how you get the reduction in numbers. And every city, every township, every municipality that has implemented that as a policy, and this is data, we're always talking about data, where are the numbers, every single municipality had a reduction in all of those facets of violent crimes, of incarcerations, of maltreatment from community members. It's there, and I'll be happy to put it up, you know, for myself, or give it to a district so that way it's there. But that's what came out of the civil rights era, and we don't do that as a practice anymore. And that's part of why I'm saying the First Responders Academy is so important. We have to develop the mindset. We have to encourage our students and teach them what community policing is, and work together, because the only people that are going to become officers, if not them, are the ones that disagree with them because they don't want to be it. That's my concern, is getting the type of officers that are only going to apply, that think a very different way from what we're trying to do here.
Well, may I interject with your permission?
Yeah, I'm done. So I kind of want to know where that goes and what that can.
Absolutely, yes. You and I have talked about this, and it fits perfectly with the First Responders Academy within our CTE programming. And so that hasn't gone off my radar, and we're orchestrating the work alongside our Innovation Academy with the building next door. And so that's definitely part of the discussion, and that has been rooted into our conversations. And so, yeah, that's going to happen. So that's not, now how that fits into this, I think it could. I mean, with some of the elements of research and the discovery pieces, but I just don't want you to have an impression that that is off my radar, because that's further from the truth.
No, that's not the case. I just more or less how this aligns with moving forward on that aspect. But yeah, thank you.
Member James?
Yes, just wanted to chime in to what Board Member Montero was saying, because my reading of this was get the ball rolling and involve states who we need feedback from. Would that be a committee? How is that going to happen? This isn't, as you said, Board Member Montero, this isn't the policy. Like when you brought the policy back from with all the stakeholder input, it was a robust policy. Everybody felt good about it because we had that stakeholder input. This is a call for that input. That said, it's also a plan, I think, that, as I said earlier, if we are constantly going to be in this situation of insecure funding, no matter where you stand on SROs on our campus, it's not sustainable to wonder if we have $250,000 on our table, $500,000, oh, we only didn't get any grants. Like, what does that mean? We need to have plans that don't involve these high budget SROs, no matter what your stance is. We have schools without these grants, and that's this is why this is here right now. A year and a half ago, that was up for a vote. What have we done in a year and a half? And now we're sitting here with $250,000 because we have schools that haven't had those SROs, and there's not any other action. And so I appreciate this resolution, because I feel like it's prompting action, and it's prompting community action. So I think that it's important because we have a lot of work to do in the next year plus. As a parent, my child will be a Tempe Union student next year. I want, just remove myself from the board here, I want my child's school to be spending the money on services that I know he and his peers need. And as I stated, I don't believe that spending $250,000 when we are in the most underfunded system in the country is responsible. And this is a way of looking for responsible and very safe methods. There's nothing in here that says we aren't going to do rigorous work to find a safe option. And there's nothing in here that says we can't have partnerships. And Tempe came up here and stated that no matter what happens, there are community partners. That was stated very clearly, and we need that. We have to call the police on certain instances. That's state statute. We can't get around that, and we need those partnerships. This doesn't have to be contentious with those partners. It has to be, whether it's an IGA, an MOU, something that makes sense, that we're keeping our part of the bargain, that the police department is doing what they're tasked to do, which is take care of our community. And our schools are a huge part of our community. And I know that, you know, I've heard you speaking tonight, and that was very clearly stated, that the Tempe police see our schools as part of the community. Having the police presence on campus full-time, I don't believe that that's a sustainable practice for multiple reasons. But my opinion aside, we are tasked with a budget. We need better solutions. So I see this as a call to the community, I guess so. And I think that we need to move forward and figure this out, because I don't want to wait another year and a half or another year and be asked for another lump sum of money and have this argument. So.
All right, thank you, Member James. So at this time, I'd like to give my comments, because obviously there's a lot of discussion around what has accumulated to this and how this came about. I totally understand. So let's start with some context. A year ago, as many are very familiar with, even though this has never been my issue, the budget vote last year was focused on maybe $500,000 or around so. And in that meeting, as many remember, I amended Dr. Mendeville's budget recommendations. This was irrespective of what the issue regarding SROs. It was focused on social emotional wellness. At the time, we had part-time Tempe Care 7. The result of that action, we have full-time Tempe Care 7 with full benefits at all of our schools. And yes, SROs right now, with the exception of the two at DV and Mount Point that are not consistent, that are rotating. So let's just look at that context to start off. Second of all, with discussion over this item, we cannot have any discussion as a board because of open meeting law. We can only have discussion with one other person. So let's understand that too, because there's a lot of misinformation flying around as to that piece. Now, when we're looking at policy, as has been mentioned with respect to the mental health policy, if you all remember, that had gone through this similar process. Why? Because this process goes through Dr. Mendeville. He is our only employee. It's his job to implement, seek that guidance, and then come back and brief us during board prep, which every single board member here was briefed on. So this is not a surprise, and I'm disappointed to hear that that is a piece. While I understand that there are elements with respect to the level of engagement and how involved, those discussions should happen in board prep based off of how we operate and how it's been operating, and with modifications, of course, because this is the only time that we're allowed to have these discussions. This prompts it. Now, when we're looking at anything that's presented to the board, we often make efforts to gather information, etc., and talk with stakeholders, do as much as we can within the time being. Now, the reason why this is a different approach is because, as Dr. Mendeville can attest to, we've been in discussions for months. 4 months. And it is shocking to hear that that's not part of what we've been discussing. We've been trying to figure out a way as to how to best support all of our students. When we had the study session last year, that was not at all balanced or approach that we actually took and discussed to the level of depth that we need to. That now, as community member Blanche mentioned, it's an opportunity to continue to add to our safety plan and look at our commitment to redo what has been wrong to students. Because if we don't, then we're not listening to them either. It is powerful to hear a student body president of the largest school in our district come here and speak. That I also can't deny. I also can't deny the folks who work with our very students, all of our administrators who I admire and respect and trust. I tell Dr. Mendeville all the time about how specific administrators, principals, teachers are doing incredible work to engage and connect and make positive relationships with everyone. Y'all would not be here if you didn't, and I truly believe that. Same with our executive team. Now, when we're looking at what gets presented to the board, I also hope that this is an opportunity to make sure that we have more time than just 3, 4, 5 days of reviewing an agenda. Because as board president, I am privy to seeing it and working in consultation with Dr. Mendeville. And we have very lengthy discussions because it merits it, because it's important and it matters, because we know that there's a direct impact on what our decisions are. And stakeholder input is incredibly important. And so when we discuss that, that only gives me X amount of time to see what's coming up and then get the input from the board before we even have a discussion in public that is compliant with open meeting law. And anything that we need to have discussed should be agendized. Without it, we're just running around. And if we don't have that approach, we run afoul of potentially breaking open meeting law, which is not okay. And everyone knows, especially this board, that I'm very strict about it. I remind them constantly. Now, with the content, this is a call to the community. This does provide meaningful updates to the process. Similar to the social emotional wellness, this creates the ability to have those robust, meaningful engagement, to look at what is the best way to move forward. Now, to Vice President Barraza's point, he has been on the forefront of changing the culture with all of us, changing the dynamics of the district, and even educating us all. We've had lengthy conversations because I've been on both the prosecution side and on the defense side. I've prosecuted cases and I've defended cases. And that context and that level of depth that we've had and respect for each other is incredibly important. At the same time, when we're looking at policies, looking at how to move forward, when board members inquire for information, we need to be able to make sure that we have a process in place so we can get those pieces of information, because it is true. Vice President Barraza has been asking for a while. And he should not be dismissed either, because at its core, every single voice on this board matters. All of our students matter, our staff, our teachers, our families. I don't say parents, and I'm not sure if folks have picked up on that, because families look different. And I don't want to isolate anyone who's not a parent. But it's important we recognize parents and our families. All of that is critical. Now, when we had discussions over this resolution, going through the process to have the discussion, we're having the discussion now. I want to clarify and remind folks that we do not have a current SRO program, as Dr. Mendel reiterated. What we do, as of right now, is we have a process through the grant, state grant that we get, the school safety grant, which primarily is for our Tempe schools, not Desert Vista or Mount Point. They're not included in that funding. This would, one of the IGAs for Phoenix is the one that would come out of district funds. The other one is in a reimbursement-based program. So let's clarify that, because we're all getting a little confused, which is totally understandable because emotions are high, and we understand that how this impacts families and how it impacts students and our staff and our teachers and our administrators. But also the discussions that we've been having have been focused on prioritizing physical, social, emotional, and psychological safety. We've done a lot in this district to prioritize that. We have improved our front offices. We have changed locks on doors so they can be locked from the inside, and that's been a hefty investment. We have added additional layering of gates, and I credit Dr. Mandeville and Mr. McDonald for making sure that that was designed in a way that still fits the culture of the school, and they did that. And I'm grateful that y'all did that. But to say that we haven't been doing any work is misleading. There have been a lot of nuances to this. Yes, we need a lot of information. We need data. We need it to drive our discussions and our decisions. At the same time, this is why we have a new data dashboard. Our data has not been accurate, which is why Dr. Mandeville has brought the initiative to make sure that we have accurate data. And I'm grateful that he's been a strong advocate for that, because now we're able to look at every different aspect. Academics, yes, discipline, IEPs, 504s, et cetera, et cetera. And if we remember from last time, one of the things that I said and praised was the diversion, and looking at how that allowed for a restorative way to address some concerns. And I agree with Member Hodge how she mentions how we're wanting to make a holistic approach. Yes, that is always the goal, and that's what we're always striving for. And we need to focus on making sure that we are making the right decisions. When we're looking at this, the action items. So yes, I understand the whereas clauses might get people fired up. Totally understandable. But let's look at what the actual action items are. When we're talking about current usage, we're talking about the grant funding mechanisms that exist. and the lack of funding for everything, the inconsistencies that exist between all of our 6 schools. When we're looking at our funding of our schools, we need to look at it equitably. What are we doing to make sure that we're getting resources to all of our students? When Member Montero and I sat down with students to talk about social emotional wellness, we got students from all across the district. Tempe High students said, we don't have what Desert Vista has. And Desert Vista students were shocked that Tempe High students didn't have that. Students see the differences. We're not asking them or engaging them enough. And that's part of the problem. And that's what we didn't include last year when we were having these discussions. So this looks at what is the current usage as it is now, because we don't have a program. I'm tired of hearing that because we do not have a program. As Dr. Mandeville says, we have partaken through the via IGAs. What a comprehensive plan looks like is, as Member Montero has shared, looked at the various pieces of engagement, of rigorous engagement with students, teachers, administrators, families, and community partners involved with school safety, ongoing evaluations, like Dr. Mandeville said, a process to revise safety plans, again, looking at what the current usage is. Current usage, as in now. What does the outreach look like and communication plans to families so no one is confused, because that's something that we've continued striving for, is communication with everyone. Because everyone receives communication differently and in different languages. And not everyone gets the same information the same way. Not everyone's on social media. And to many of the concerns on the board, a proposed board policy that guides schools on appropriate school law enforcement engagement and the development of positive community law enforcement relationships. There are statutory requirements that we are required to abide by. That's pretty clear. We made it clear that we're not breaking the law. Now, what is up, I think, for discussion is the timeline, which Dr. Mandeville has discussed with me about the flexibility. And I agree. This is primarily to have a discussion and look at what are the ways that we can start having these conversations, because it's the frequent inquiries that I get from students, from families. I'm shocked to hear that folks are shocked. Because for some, this has been an ongoing thing. And I think we're losing sight of that. Developing a comprehensive plan. Provide meaningful updates. That is what I have heard from board members and from public comment consistently, is the items and the elements that are in the action items. And again, this is the process that we have as board members to go through. And the reason why was because we have the IGAs. As I mentioned before, I've been working with Dr. Mandeville because that is my role. And I'm grateful for the extent that Dr. Mandeville, Jordan, and others have had a hand in looking to see what this looks like and having those very in-depth conversations. The public, unfortunately, doesn't get to see that. And that's just a design of the system that we have with governance, unfortunately. And those conversations have been ongoing for months and have been communicated to board members. And that input should be shared with Dr. Mandeville, because I can't talk to more than one board member. And in this instance, I chose to talk with one board member. The reasons why are left for a separate discussion. So, there are nuances here that we need to understand, which goes to the point of the resolution. I have repeatedly said to Dr. Mandeville, which has been persuasive to me, our emergency services. I have never said that. It hasn't been. I understand the need. So before we get to dismissing student voices, let's make sure moving forward on the various different issues that we look at, they're central alongside our staff. And to the staff survey, I will say that came after the IGA's discussions. Yes, this resolution was not included in that survey, and I expect a better survey that is neutral and tailored to needs, which I am appreciative that this will be neutral moving forward. Because we have done a lot to support all of our staff, administrators, classified, and our students. So having said that, amongst various other things, we will now entertain the motion on the table, which is the motion to table this item. So we will go through, are board members ready for that? All right. All right, we will start with Member James.
I vote no on tabling.
Member Montero.
No.
Member Hodge.
Yes.
Vice President Barraza.
Yes.
And I vote no. So now we need a new motion on the table. Yeah, there's a new motion is required.
I motion for approval of the resolution.
May I have a second?
I second.
All right, we will do a roll call vote. Member James?
Yes.
Member Montero?
Yes.
Member Hodge?
Can you come back to me?
Yes. Vice President Barraza?
Without the community, no, unfortunately.
Member Hodge?
No.
And I vote yes. Next, we have, for new business, approval of the IGA with City of Phoenix. Dr. Mandeville.
Thank you, President Garcia, members of the board, Vice President Barraza. This is the revised version of the IGA with the City of Phoenix School Resource Officers for this school year 21-22. In the dollar amount of $270,000, $568. I need to highlight the fact that we are using school plant funds, which are not direct out of M&O funds in terms of our tax base and how that's funded. We are, as an administration, recommending that we approve the IGA with these revisions, and they're extensive revisions that occurred with consultation with President Garcia along with Tri-District Legal Counsel Jordan Ellel. The City of Phoenix agreed to all of the quite frankly, robust revisions that we implemented. I want to be cognizant of the fact that when we are looking at options, community-based options, and in this exploration and research phase, that we don't cut off the the wings of the plane while it's flying in terms of the existing SROs within our schools right now. That's a disruption, in my opinion, particularly with we are not able to do much of the restorative practices, and I'll just speak for Desert Vista and Mountain Point, when we have a revolving door of police officers that are not SRO trained at this point at both schools. And so that is an interruption into some of the initiatives that I know that are true and core to both those schools, for all our schools, quite frankly. So the administration is recommending that the board approve the IGA with these extensive revisions.
All right, board members, comments, questions on this item? Vice President Barraza.
President Garcia, it's my understanding that you are part of the drafting of this IGA, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on this.
Yes, as mentioned, I have been working with Dr. Mendeville and our legal counsel to look through the different various elements that individuals have conveyed, because this is not new. This has been an item that many folks have been aware of for a while. And so the various different elements, because it is not part of the school safety grant process, really hones in on the responsibilities and the scope and how they're defined, and having the good faith efforts to achieve those goals. And the extent to which parties engaged, were way more receptive than any of us had imagined. Dr. Mendel, if you want to highlight some of the specific key pieces.
Thank you, President Garcia, members of the board. And I don't have the actual notations from the revisions. However, what I do know is that many of the IGA had not been reviewed for years, and so there were many outdated terms and responsibilities that weren't even applicable to what our SROs are doing in the schools. And so much of that was clarified, if not removed completely. And the key elements that were that I prioritized were in the school resource officer's responsibilities and goals, as listed on page 3, or yeah, page 2 or 3, wherever. But it's under number 5, school resource officer's responsibilities and goals, and changing the language where it's more student and relational, but establish and maintain a professional working relationship with school officials. A big key one for me was the fact that they don't work in isolation. That is not our practice, that they do work within a team. Our teams are called multi-tiered systems of support, that they have obligated duties with investigating reports of child abuse and the extensive reporting, literally reports that have to be conducted. And then working with the district school administrators to establish a review of abuse incidents within their scope, and working again with the MTSS teams and other partners to refer students or their families to appropriate social service agencies for assistance when needed and is determined, because they do have a large role with assisting with providing or getting resources to our students and families. And those were some of the key pieces that were not included originally. So we were grateful that they did agree with that. And lastly, about the last, and is a very important one, is to work collaboratively with the districts in our prioritized initiative to effectuate the restorative practice model with the district. And they agreed to all of those.
Member Hodge.
Okay, thank you. First off, I want to say that I did know about this part of the SRO's part. The part where I said that it was a shock was the other one, because I just got it in board prep a couple days ago. So it wasn't like that was a different, this part I knew was coming. So when we say that, I want to clarify that I did know SRO's part was coming. The resolution part was the part that I didn't have foresee on for a while. That was brand new within this week. The other part I knew was coming for a while.
Yes, and the point to that is because the way that our processes work, unfortunately, is that unless there is something that has been previously introduced, we don't have discussion, and our board prep process is a few days, as you know. And my job as board president is to make sure that any information is communicated to the superintendent, and superintendent conveys that to everyone else. I am not responsible for that piece because I cannot break open meeting law. So that's a separate discussion that we can have, but I understand your point.
Second off is, how long is the agreement with Phoenix? Is it 1 year, 3 year, 5 years? Because I can't remember. I just want to be refreshed on that.
Member Hodge, it's for 1 year.
1 year. And if we decide to, if the board votes no, what will be the process with safety in those schools if we don't have something set up right now for it? What would be the process?
We would continue with having on-call officers, and I will just say that's extraordinarily inefficient. And it's because the paperwork that is involved with contracting those services daily, because it changes, is extensive, because they're contracted employees, and so every day it changes. So for 2 months, staff has spent an inordinate amount of time in creating the work orders and all of that. So we'll continue with that process. And I again reiterate, it's very inefficient because Mountain Point and Desert Vista are not able to move forward with at least one familiar person to their team, and they're having to rotate in and out, and again, it's not efficient in any way. So,
thank you.
Vice President Barraza.
Dr. Mendeville, again, we don't have the SRO program, so and that's partially confusion with the resolution was it's specific to SROs and it's not specific to law enforcement on campus. SROs are a funded program. If we're not funding it, what does that mean? But that's a conversation that kind of pulls into this original one is, this is an SRO IGA. If we can continue that conversation about the development of an evaluation program, if this gets approved this year, I think we ought to have some policies governing the program. That's ultimately been my concern, and I don't think it would be a lot to an evaluation system in place, especially in policy as well. I guess I just want to hear from my other board members regarding what they like, dislike in terms of the IGA, absent of their, the vote aspect, just so I can kind of wrap my head around. Since we don't have these conversations, obviously, this is the time. I do want to say that I do appreciate Phoenix not fighting us on the language. Thank you to you both for putting such an innovative IGA in front of us that's absent uniformed law enforcement. For example, C5, participate in campus activities, student organizations, athletics events with feasible and appropriate, in plain clothes or alternative uniform as allowed by the city. I think that's, addressing one of the concerns about uniformed officers on campus, and they're willing to work with us on that. I appreciate the district and Board President Garcia, your guys' efforts to make sure that whatever program this IGA is in line with what we're trying to do in terms of changing the tone and moving forward. So that's really all I want to express, is that we need policy, and, well, we need policy.
And yes, Vice President Braza, and to clarify, as a reminder, we do not have an SRO program. The way that the agreements are written is because that's how the grant has operated, and that's how we make reference with respect to the resolution. That is referred to both the current usage and law enforcement generally, because of that nuance between what Phoenix has, or what Phoenix does not have under the grant funding, and that is not directly under the what is considered the safety grant versus Tempe that is. So that's an important distinction. Second, what you mentioned with board policy, that is in the resolution. And then with respect to ongoing evaluation, that is also in the resolution. So I just wanted to clarify those points before Dr. Mandeville provided his comments.
And just so I'm clear, because correct, we don't have an SRO program, but we do have a school safety plan, and we'll always have one. And that's part of, I think, the charge with this is to look to see what would be the best practice with a school safety plan. Am I correct with that? I just need to have clarity with that in the development of the evaluation and the development of a policy, but we're evaluating something that actually exists.
Yes, and for clarification, the concern regarding evaluations with pre-resolution, and that's why I'm saying if we can continue our conversation as is. The only other question I have is, well, I guess Board Member President Garcia, do you feel good about your work in this IGA?
So one thing that I want to mention is that part of the job that you all have tasked me with is having the discussions with Dr. Mandeville in depth and engaging to the level that I see my duty and that what is expected of me in that capacity. My role is as a facilitator and to consider the different aspects that we all look at and that we all talk about, and it's Dr. Mandeville's job to essentially digest that and formulate into something that continues to collaborate with the different entities.
We put a lot of time into this.
Yes.
So just for
but
that
to clarify, it's irrespective of what my own thoughts are.
That's why I'm just asking.
Because
in a generality.
Yes. And I often view things through a mitigation, harm reduction approach. And what is the impact on students? What's the impact on staff, et cetera? But keep in mind that the work that goes into it and the input that goes into it doesn't mean that it's the same result. But I want to make clear and appreciative of how much in depth we've gone, because as Dr. Mandeville and I continue to go back and forth, we were not in this degree because of prior interactions and engagements. But it's my role as board president, because you all have tasked me with, that while y'all don't get paid for this, I also don't get paid for this, is to make a good faith effort to look at every angle and consider every single aspect as much as possible. And unfortunately, we are in a position because we didn't have these discussions beforehand. And that's unfortunate, because that's why we're kind of in this weird point now. But that is my job that you all have tasked me with, and it is, as Dr. Madam said, we put in a lot of time. So I hope that answers your question. Member Montero?
You basically addressed my point. I just wanted to address Vice President Barraza's point about evaluation or policies. That was item 2G in the resolution specifically states that looking what those policies might look like when it comes to school and law enforcement interactions, because we all agree that there are instances where we do need an officer involved, whether it be a mandatory reporting situation, or a situation they need to be, there are instances where that needs to be there. Does that justify a full-time SRO assigned to a school? I don't think so. And that's exactly what the item in the resolution was talking about, was finding what is appropriate way and what does that relationship look like to address those needs. And so that's what, now that it's approved, we will be looking into. So I think that hopefully addresses your concern.
Yes, again, it's just more that I've had conversations prior to the resolution, and that's what I was asking Dr. Mendeville is, will we continue this? And the answer was yes, and that's all I really wanted to convey. So I'm sure at some point I will be presenting all of you with something.
Are there any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this item? No? All right, then at this time we will do a roll call vote. All right, Member James?
Was there a motion?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Nope.
I'm already fixated on the roll call vote. May I have a motion, please? It's 11 p.m., y'all.
So move.
What's the motion?
Maybe, never mind. I redraw that. Okay, so I don't know. I thought that was why we were doing a roll call vote, because.
I thought that there was a motion on the table, but there's not a motion on the table.
Okay. I don't know how to do the approval, so just let someone else say it.
Motion to approve item J3, intergovernmental agreement, City of Phoenix.
All right, may I have a second?
I second.
All right, now we do the roll call vote. Member James.
Okay. I don't feel like we have any good solutions, and I can't, in good conscience, go into a monetary agreement with the Phoenix Police Department and sleep well at night. So, no.
Member Montero?
No.
Member Hodge?
Yes. Because we don't have anything else, and I don't want police officers there, different ones, all the time. I want it to be, if we're going to have it in Tempe, we need to have the same solution in Phoenix too. I want equitable for all the schools.
Vice President Barraza?
I'm endorsing your work, Mr. President. I vote yes.
And I abstain because of conflict that I've been involved heavily from the start. So, Dr. Mendeville, I think for next steps, we can engage in discussions as to how to look at and talking with the full board, with board prep, etc.
I don't know. It's 2-2. We'll discuss with and an abstention. And so we will begin discussions with legal counsel at a later time. Thank you.
All right, next we will have new business J4, the approval of renewal IGAs with City of Tempe for school resource officers. Dr. Mendeville.
board now is. With the City of Tempe IGA, the administration is recommending approval of the IGA for 2 years from the 5 years. This at least allows us to continue receiving grant funds that support all 4 of the City of Tempe high schools. We recommend the approval of the school safety grant and the IGA with City of Tempe.
May I have a motion? Oh, well, is there a discussion on this item? Sorry, it's a whole separate item. Who's that? Member James.
I just have a clarifying question, because this is, my understanding is we have our SROs on the Tempe campuses, and this IGA, in order to get reimbursed, it's a reimbursement grant, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so for us to get reimbursed for the services, part of the agreement is that we have to approve an IGA, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Oh, it was that. Okay. Vice President Braza.
So does that mean, Superintendent Mendenville, does that mean if it's not approved, then we are paying for the current SRO program out of our own pockets? The IGA requires us in order to get reambused. Is that, just so I'm clear?
Right.
Because that's a,
right,
a little dichotomy right there.
Right. Vice President Braza, part of the challenge is that if this is denied, then we forfeit free grant funding because we have the SROs in place. The SROs in our 4 schools have gone through all the training and restorative practices, the de-escalation training, working with high school students. Principals were part of the selection process. So all of that is part of the grant, the school safety grant through the state of Arizona that we were approved for. And in fact, the grant amended their approval and added 1 more Tempe school. So we were fortunate in as they recalculated the scores on how they rate the needs of schools, an additional Tempe school was added to that. So that's why we have all 4 schools. Actually, we have 5 because Compadre was part of that mix, and we're hanging on to that for what we create at the Innovation Academy as well. We're not forfeiting that. We did ask, could we transfer that FTE or those funds to offset costs for City of Phoenix, and we were denied that request by ADE.
Are there any other comments or questions on this item? All right, may I have a motion, please? Mr. McDonald.
I think it's important, we talked to Chief today, and I know Assistant Chief Pooley is still here, that the IGA is, out of the goodness of believing that this would pass. That's why Tempe PD put their SROs onto our campus throughout the first quarter. If it's not passed tonight, we understand that they will have to pull their officers and no longer be able to have those as SROs. The IGA is in agreement with the City of Tempe that allows those officers. We also have to understand that the City of Tempe is over 30 police short, and they give us 4 officers because they believe in our schools and the safety of our students and our staff. So I wanted you to understand that as well. We could be in a detriment of not having those SROs starting as soon as tomorrow.
And for clarification, because our IGA has expired. So what has that stopped from playing?
The only reason that they have not pulled it is they want the partnership with us, and they believe in the fact that we would approve this next IGA as we have in the past. So it's the partnership that has lasted since 1994 when we started the SRO process.
I think the other element is a continuity of that programming in collaboration with teaming, the MTSS groups, the school safety and assessment planning teams. And so I think there was an assumption because of the longstanding partnership that we've had with the City of Tempe Police that this would be approved with the minor edits that, or the edits that were recommended, and particularly with the 2-year IGA that aligns with the grant program.
All right, board members. Any other, or any questions or comments? Member Montero.
Thank you. My main point of contention is this 2-year period, especially if with whatever comes out of what we just approved with this resolution. I think that if we come to a point where we need to renew this contract come next year, we can do that. I don't think it's appropriate to have a 2-year contract not knowing what the outcome of our discussions are going to be with the resolution. So I would ask that we could do this 1 year. If we're going to do 2 years, then I won't know.
If I may respond, Member Montero, that in any of these IGAs, both of them, at any point we can withdraw from them or, get out of it. So I don't think that is an issue for 2 years. Should there be alternative viable options as we go through this discovery phase, through the IGA, we are able to get out of the contract, get out of the IGA.
Vice President Barraza.
But right now, is there the possibility that we can amend it here at this moment if that's, I mean, I understand the rationale of what Board Member Montero is talking about, especially with given the resolution. And so I just want to know if that's something that we can just amend here. It'll give us the flexibility. Sure, we'll have to approve a new IGA next year, or, I mean, whatever, the situation may be, whether we have an alternative or not, but I just want to know if that's just something we can amend right now.
That's not my decision. That is the board's direction.
Okay, then, Mr. President, I move to amend the IGA to item 5.1, term of the agreement from 2-year period commencing on July 1st, 2021 to 1-year period commencing on July 1st, 2021.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, let's do a roll call vote. Member James?
Aye.
Member Montero?
Aye.
Member Hodge?
Aye.
Vice President Barraza?
Aye.
And I vote aye with the amendment. So now that the amendment is there, we need a separate vote for the full agreement.
Mr. President, I move to approve item J for approval of renewal IGA with the City of Tempe.
May I have a second?
I second.
All right, we will go to roll call vote. Member James?
I vote aye.
Member Montero.
Can I give quick context to my vote?
Yes.
So we've had a lot of discussion around working with the city of Tempe, and I think we've had robust discussions in talking with the mayor, et cetera, around initiatives within their own police department related to a lot of the issues that we are talking about. And with this amendment of 1 year, this gives us the opportunity to come back with whatever changed agreement that might be related to what comes out of our discussions, and what that might look like. And I know, in context to my previous vote on the last IGA, that needs to be a discussion with Phoenix, because I think that these IGAs are in two very different states, and it's a tough decision, but that's a conversation we need to approach Phoenix with. But with where we are now, with all of these being grant funded, with the agreement that we are going to work with them to begin to what that phasing out of the current use is, and now that that is solidified in the resolution, I vote aye.
Member Hodge.
I vote aye.
Vice President Barraza.
I'd like to also provide context.
Yes.
We will have SROs in our northern schools, but not our southern affluent schools. Our northern schools in which there are more minority populations, we are approving SROs, but we are also not approving SROs for our southern schools. It appears that that is the situation, or at least that one's in limbo. With that, I want to be reimbursed. I vote aye.
So for the record, there's enough and sufficient to pass, but I just want to reiterate that the expectation that we continue to look at, and obviously through the resolution, but when we're looking at the different elements, that we really strive to look at every angle that we can and engage in that, so the board has sufficient time and notice and opportunity to discuss. So with that, I vote aye. The motion passes 5-0.
Do you want to go back to Jordan's thing on abstaining? Do you know?
All right, next we have information items.
This item is strictly for information purposes, to review the M&O student funds, tax credit, auxiliary, and other funds reports through 10/5.
All right, board members, any thoughts, comments, or questions on this item? Vice President Barraza.
Just really quickly, I always appreciate the financial reports, and I do comb through them, and I greatly appreciate the work that goes into them and making these adjustments. It's an aspect of transparency. Community can know safely, comfortably that their money that is in trustful hands and with this district. And that's all I want to say. Thank you for your work to the financial team.
Any others? All right, then we will move on to communications from governing board members. And this, we're just going to go straight down the line. So Member Hodge.
Due to the time, I'll give my update next week, next board meeting.
Member
The same here, but I do just want to quickly comment that I know that we've had a lot of really tough discussion tonight, and we have a lot of work ahead of us in moving forward. But I really do appreciate every single person in here, and these are tough discussions. But all of the work that you do is greatly appreciated, and I know that whatever the outcome of the work moving forward is what will be best for our students and our staff. And I know that for certainty. So thank you.
Member James?
Yes, we should move on for the sake of time, but I do want to thank my board members that clarified so eloquently the Tempe vote, because this is a very, very difficult conversation to have. So thank you for adding context where I wasn't able.
Member Montero? Oh, sorry. Vice President Barraza, I'm reading this list right here. Vice President Barraza.
Just to reiterate, Board Member Montero, I appreciate all of you, all the hard work. I appreciate all the comments from the community. Both sides really were expressive, and I am thankful that they showed up. I do want to give thanks to our board for all the stressful times that we endured in this period of trying to figure out what's best for the community. And I firmly believe that no matter what the case, we will always do what we do at Tempe Union. We will innovate. We will put our students first. And I appreciate all of you. Last with that, thank you to our law enforcement officers out there who have been here all night. I don't know if it's hypocritical that we have an officer protecting us while we're also talking about eliminating officers on campus. So I think we ought to set an example. We ought to set the tone and be leaders. And if we cannot have them on our campuses, we cannot have an officer here at our meetings. That's all.
Yes, thank you for that, Vice President Barraza, and for clarity. That is out of my control. So Dr. Mendeville, if you can clarify on that, please.
We will
I'll take care of it, Dr. Mendeville.
Pardon me?
I'll take care of it.
Yeah, we will do what's necessary to keep everyone in this room safe.
And for the sake of time, because I know everyone's wanting to go home, it is late. I just, thanks for looking and engaging into all of this discussion and conversation as we continue moving forward. Mr. McDonald.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I know everybody wants to go home, but I'd be remiss to say I wasn't able to speak on J2, but I want to go back to why the resolution of the social emotional wellness was such a good process, and that was that someone with passion came and worked with those that worked in and day out, and Ron Denny and myself on social emotional wellness, and we actually wrote that resolution together. And unfortunately, we didn't have the same opportunity to do that with this resolution. Charles Cobbs and I work, and we put the 14,000 people on our backs every day, and we lose sleep over making sure that we're keeping people safe. It would have been nice as we work so hard, we give up so much, including our families, every day. It would have been a good opportunity to work in a collaboration with the governing board members like we did with the first resolution. And so if we do another resolution, I would hope that you would honor the expertise or the experience of your executive team to help support you with a resolution that could have made it easy on everybody here, including your leaders. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, but I cannot leave that unanswered. But the reality is that there was significant pushback on that resolution, and I'm not okay with that being addressed right now. So we will continue moving on. That resolution came forward from Member Montero, working with me with pushback. Next meeting is November 3rd, 2021. I move to adjourn. May I have a second?
Mr. President, I second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We are adjourned.